and girls, I'm back again. It's your boy Stevie Ray for another TKN Celebrity Prediction. Now, this week, we got 3 good ones, but I only know of 2. Yes, number 1, Emmy Nominee. Yes, Emmy. Corin Nemec. Yes, Corin Nemec is here tonight, 7 p.m. your time. But for me, 6 p.m. and I'll be watching. Let's see what he's got. And number 2, somebody that I've been wanting to talk to for a long time. This man has a very long resume. Former Olympic gold medalist, former heavyweight champion of the world, and also professional boxing Hall of Famer. Yeah, Ray Mercer is here. Ray, you did me wrong when you beat up my boy Tommy Morrison. But I guess Tommy had it coming. Better him than me. But at the end of the day, number 3, TV and film storyteller. I can't tell you who it is. You got to tune in tonight and find out. Who is my pick to win it all? Ray, you beat up my boy, but tonight, I think my boy Ray makes it to the next round. And I also think the mystery guest, the storyteller, film and television, he makes it to the next round. Corin, see you, but I wouldn't want to be you. Peace.
Different, and I love it, man, because it got me thinking. It got me thinking like I was back at school again. I don't even know where you come up with these questions. I want to know how you come up with these kids. You're so innovative. I'm like, look. I mean, your mind is, like you say, you're a history teacher, and your mind is going all over the place.
And it's also wonderful to hear people talk sanely to each other today.
You know, I've done everything. I've done, in the 80s, I did Johnny Carson, I did Merv Griffin, I did it all. You're sheer 9 or 10. You're probably 9.5.
Oh.
10 is, no one's perfect.
You have something amazing going with the show, and you're educating us.
I mean, I've never told anybody in public about that experience with my dad. And on your platform, I don't know why I did that, because it's so comfortable and we're talking about things that matter.
I love the little anecdote of comedy with your would you pay for it? Would you not? I love that. I love how you added that in.
We want to know each other. We want to know people's stories. That's what TKN does.
First name Michaela, last name Skinner. Welcome, my friend, to round 2 of the tournament.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here.
Pleasure's mine. Pleasure's mine. Absolutely.
Yeah, this was seriously such a blast. I was so excited to come on here, and yeah, it's been incredible.
Last name Ferrigno, first name Lou. Lou, welcome, my friend.
Thank you. That's the best introduction I've ever heard in my life. You know something? You need to quit the show and be my moderator.
So put your hand together for a majestic, out of this world, one-of-a-kind human being. First name Vivica, last name Fox. Welcome, my friend.
Whoa, that was an awesome introduction. Let me tell you that. I don't think I've ever had anyone read my resume with such flow.
Avi is a poet, but he doesn't know it, but his feet show it. You're unbelievable.
Last name Wilkins, first name Lenny. Lenny, welcome, my friend. Celebrity tournament.
Well, thank you for having me, and I'm excited about it. I'm looking forward to this. It should be fun.
Damn, you said it just like I wrote it.
You gave me good eargasm tonight, man. I love your voice. I love the things that you talk about.
Well, you're the best I've seen. You're the Michael Jordan or LeBron James, whoever you want to make the GOAT.
This is why your audiences love you. This is why you continue to great guests, and great guests beget great guests.
One of my friends was share about Tip O'Neill, the Speaker of the House, and what a smooth voice he had. Your voice and the way you project everything and share with your heart and soul. You got an incredible gift.
I just want to do this again and again. I feel like I've made friends. And again, I've taken the competition part of it out because I've just enjoyed talking to you guys tonight.
Oh man, most definitely. This is, this I think my top. I think because when you do the intro you gave me, I gotta give it to you. I like.
You deserve it.
It really, truly, kind of blows my mind every time when we can get this many people together, thinking, mind melding, positive, not having to agree all the time with everything. But not getting ugly about it, and not, it's just I feel like it's a microcosm of what it could be.
Did you have a nice time tonight in the green room?
I had a great time. I can't tell you how refreshing it is that somebody knows what they're doing.
You're a very interesting person. I mean, you with all this rhyming stuff, you must really put a lot of effort into this, and I would love to read or see something that you've written.
Thank you.
Because I'm sure it's really interesting.
Or not podcast. I guess it's like we're just a show now. You're a show. You're a full-blown show.
I can count my friends on one hand. Well, wait, on one finger. You.
Oh man, thank you so much, my friend. You are awesome. Don't even hang your hats on the past, because if you don't heal from what hurts you, you'll bleed on people that never even cut you to begin with. It had nothing to do with your pain.
Okay.
So
tell him already. Tell him.
You guys are bringing the best out of me. That is the truth, guys. Chris, did you have a good time? You've done a lot of interviews. Is this kind of up there for you?
Yeah. I had a great time today, Avi. I mean, because you are engaged in what is a conversation and not a performance.
Stars remind us of where we've been. They need not dictate where we're going. And I think in a way that kind of addresses this question. So in other words, I think it is almost inevitable. There's going to be pain, there's going to be scarring, there's going to be all kinds of this that's going to happen over the course of a life.
We would sit at the kitchen table looking out the window for quite a period of time while the food was getting prepared, and I wish I had took that time to sit down with her and ask her questions about her being a child.
This thing has drawn me out of myself and thereby drawn me into myself. But I learned a lot, and from you, Avi, I always learn something from you.
Work as hard as you can, because by working, Avi, you will keep yourself busy and get used to the grief.
Another trio of questions, now more underrated. We have Billy D. Williams, Italian men named Skippy, or unicycle.
I'm sorry, Italian men named Skippy. Put me away, Avi.
Archie Bunker, the mountain climber. Ralph Cramden, the yoga instructor, or Don Corleone, the computer repair person.
It's clearly an issue with the hard drive.
Oh, I like that.
I'm going to go Don Corleone.
I'm going for Christmas. Is it because it does create those amazing memories that I've and Sarge, I know you've been there too, because I've seen you at so many different great events for Muscular Dystrophy Association.
There are those of us who like to venture to the unexplored, to see the beauty in the strange and unknown. Those of us who go out there with a sense of wonder.
God, it matters not how straight the gate, how punishment charged the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
There is nothing that was on TV tonight that even remotely rivals what we did on this broadcast.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry, a member of the Basketball Hall of Fame and one of the NBA's top 50 players. And I'm really excited to tell you about my new relationship in the broadcasting world with the new network.
It's TKN, and a young man named Avi Klein has poured his blood, sweat, and tears into creating this new network and assembling an amazing group of individuals.
Legends from every walk of life who are just bringing their knowledge and their experience and their wisdom, and this is amazing. I feel like this is a cosmic convergence of what is most important to him, and he's such a stand-up guy.
Avi, congratulations. I don't know anybody that can talk as much as you. Seriously, I thought I could talk. You are unreal. What you do it with class, understanding, professionalism, it's simply amazing. I told you that when I first met you, and you ran off my autobiography. It basically was a book. It was simply fantastic. And to think that you do that every show.
Very respectful, and he really connects with the artists and his audiences, and I felt like this guy's onto something, and I'm proud to be a part of this with him.
And I really thank your support. I lost my father, and you were the first person to support me in all that, and I thank you so much for that. It meant a lot to me.
The greatest wealth is when you can share it with someone. You can share your victories, you can share your failure, you can express your deepest feelings, but the greatest wealth is to be able to say that I have a friend, and I feel an unbelievable level of wealth, and a lot of that is because I have somebody like you.
You here to win the whole darn tournament?
I don't play, I just win.
Robert, would you like to win this entire tournament?
You know, all those luminaries and athletes and strongmen notwithstanding, the most dangerous place on this show is between me and that prize. That's all I'm going to say.
You're chomping at the bit to get in this thing.
Oh yeah, man. I've been telling you, brother. You brought up some names to me, and I was like, I can't wait. I hope they don't see me, because it's going to be on like a Stephen Potter neck bone, baby, and I'm not playing.
Are you here to win the entire thing, my friend?
I'll just say this, Abby. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
But are you here to win the entire celebrity tournament when it's all said and done?
Saw a very familiar face in Mike Rotundo, better known as IRS, and he said that he was here for the winner, winner, chicken dinner, and I want to take away that chicken dinner, so yes, I want to win this whole shebang.
And talent, last name Smith, first name Joe Smith, welcome my friend.
Oh my God, Avi. Where did you get all of that from? Oh my God.
Guys and gals and pals, it is Saturday night, and industrial-sized air conditions at your favorite B&B in Alaska would be rendered obsolete after witnessing that intro because we're all fired up. That much is a fact. You've all experienced luminary after luminary enter this virtual arena. Indeed, this tournament is quite stacked. I dubbed this vision of mine edutainment because I place emphasis on entertainment and education, because on this station, we celebrate those that are passionate about their vocation, and this format is anything but the same old, so I thank you for embracing the innovation and expressing your constant elation when taken in the most star-studded tournament of them all, a place where competitors convey their level of admiration, while we marvel at the information, passion, and perspiration when observing this wide array of talent that make up the population of strong-minded thinkers that enlighten us, which is why I subscribe to conversation, because listening and applying is how we get to our destination. We're all so much closer than we are apart, which is why this show offers a demonstration of what's right about us as a society. So for now, the new viewers out there who have a fascination, sit back and enjoy as I put a cap on this verbal dissertation. But first, let's experience the present, which is quite the sensation. If Sundays are morning coffee and Fridays are martinis, then Saturday nights right here on TKN will make sure that you are creatively nourished and full like a big old bottle of Red Bull. Guys and gals, we avoid the profane and never complain because positivity epitomizes gain when one is looking to remain in a plane where they refrain from the negativity, because that word is quite the drain. So escape the mundane and allow us to entertain like a night out listening to one Mr. Newton, first name Wayne. The point is, we're all aiming at the same place. They call it success indeed. Don't sprint your way towards achievement. It's about efficiency, consistency, and never the speed. This tournament provides what I dub competitive camaraderie, guys and gals and pals. So if you want controversy, go away. I subscribe to conversation over controversy. That will always be my way. Be open to development because human growth and ensemble go hand in hand, as authenticity is meant to last. Take this experience, which is philosophically fun, an event, and a sport of the mind. This isn't a podcast. This is edutainment personified that offers an ambitious alternative in the digital sphere. We aren't the norm, because salaciousness and controversy don't belong here. You don't need to live in hell in order to embrace the warm. So smile at your neighbor, promote positivity, and never apologize for your passion. Here on the new network, it's quite evident that compassion is what's in fashion. I subscribe to conversation over controversy, guys. Let's keep doing what we do and realize that our motto isn't some Sherlock Holmes mystery. A legendary director of Superman fame, my mentor, told me years ago, write your own history. Teaching history and screenwriting for the best was one thing, but sharing your history is an honor. That mentor lives in my heart daily. His name was Richard Donner. So let's sit back and realize what we've witnessed here in this tournament, oh so grand, where 100 famers and Hollywood Award winners and nominees own this land as we discover and rediscover our humanity through open dialogue and expand. So be prepared to give a hand to competitors that are about to work their sweat land, all the while our attention they command. It's my honor to present these wonderful men and women who don't see themselves as merely a luminary. It's my honor, guys and gals. It's a pleasure telling their life story biographically while condensing it with rhymes and a melody. With 15 grand and a 5-day and 5-night trip to Greece on the line, one can't forget about the pride and the prize. So with that, let's all rise and reprise our roles as educational voyeurs that never chastise or agonize, but rather revel in our beautiful reality without needing a disguise. Here on this network, we're allergic to lies. The bard Mr. Shakespeare once said, it's not in the stars to hold our destiny, but in ourselves. So if you love something, don't hate others that do, because doing is the sweet nectar that's most rewarding. Take a moment to breathe, admire your desire, to aspire, because if you don't, life will be but a blur. Of this I'm sure, so never hate the flower for starting out as a seed. Long distance running is essential. This isn't a stampede, so don't run anyone over on your way to the top. Focus on yourself and never forget to cheerlead. Root for your loved ones and lift people up. This human fortune cookie hope. So we've all agreed that positivity is something we can never concede. So with that, let's bring in our first participant. I see her back there. I'm going to bring in right now. Dear Diary, I speak of the word greatness and revel in its glory. Are we exposed to such greatness through hearsay, fable, or an amazing story? I don't think so. We've seen greatness in the form of character, dignity, honor, and passion. That is hard to break. If you dismiss your passion, your dreams might winding up sobbing on Ricky Lake. Our first participant is a highly intelligent and talented human being. Her down-to-earth nature and authentic self is a breath of fresh air. She's broken barriers. She's worked tirelessly and has never let her dreams remain asleep. She runs the day rather than letting the day run her. How do I get the message out regarding the next great talent? Telegram. Tell your fam when they tune in. Bam. They'll tell you, like Uncle Sam, that this human being's work resonates from here to Birmingham. She's fearless in the pursuit of what sets her soul on fire. She was born in Sonora, California, but grew up in Jersey, Middletown, to be exact. A fellow Jerseyite, right on. Jersey rules, and that much is a fact. Her on-screen presence and resume is vast, be it film, TV, or commercials. Her commitment to the craft of storytelling is refreshing as she's experienced the bevy of auditions and rehearsals. Good for her, as her purpose is never distracting. As human beings, we're always adapting. Like an extroverted chameleon on ice, spitting rhymes, her range is limitless and her fans are always reacting. There's no subtracting. The fact that she's impacting while interacting, her career is a happening and definitely everlasting, so let me keep rapping. Her body of work, guys and gals, is inspirational because she lifts people up. On the screen, guys and gals, in The Offer, Tremors, and Far Haven. Her artistry is innovative and fresh. That's definitely what 2025 is craving. So welcome, a talented, diverse, positive human being. Last name O'Brien, first name Erin. Welcome to the tournament, my friend.
Thank you. I think I'm blushing. I'm literally red right now. Thank you. That was the sweetest. Thank you so much.
Well, no, listen, you deserve it. You care about the craft of storytelling. You're here, a celebrity tournament. Before we bring up some of the passions and objectives in this tournament, I have to say, I'm glad you're here. Your body of work speaks for itself. You do love the craft of storytelling. You're committed to it. Gosh almighty, there's film, there's television, there's different mediums, there's a stage. But when I see your body of work, the word I think of is honest, truthful, honest and truthful work.
Thank you. Thank you. That is so sweet. And I really, really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I'm still blushing. Yeah. Thank you.
No, listen, you deserve that. And throughout this entire segment that we have for topics 1 and 2, between topics, I'm going to talk about some of the stuff that you've done, some of the stuff you're doing. I want to get it out there as much as we can because, again, you're rocking on and you're keeping on, and that's what it's all about. And it's important for people to know that when you put a price on your career, especially in film and television, sometimes you got to have the bucks. Hey, winning this tournament, 15 grand, 5-day trip to Greece. Do you want to win it all?
I mean, that would be really, really nice. I've never been to Greece. I travel a lot, but I haven't been to Greece. So I would enjoy that, and I could definitely use that money.
Absolutely, absolutely. Please, before we bring in our next participant, a dear friend, please tell everyone right now, we'll do it for the first time right now, what is something that you're working on now, coming down the pike, something you want to talk about that you're proud of, please?
Yeah, I just did a pilot for a series called Horsepower.
Okay.
So it's kind of a modern day Western, kind of like a Yellowstone type of thing. So it's about a family who is a political family, and they're doing a lot of bad stuff. It's a dark sort of they have a dark sort of path, and in the first episode they are at a wedding. They run over. Sadly, they are drinking and doing drugs, driving, and they run over a little boy. And because he's running to be governor of the town, they do the wrong thing and they decide to bury the body. And it's a very dark sort of Western, but it's an actor's dream because when we filmed it, I got to go through the whole gamut of every emotion. And the actors in the series are amazing. Joe Cernio is a producer. My good friend, plays my husband. Peter Dobson, who is another Jersey guy who I love.
Yes.
Malik Whitfield, Robert Davi, Gary Carnes.
Robert Davi was part of this tournament as well. What a deep thinker he is. Absolutely.
Oh my God, he's awesome. And he was so much fun, like just on set, and we listened to all his like Sinatra singing. And
yes, he's got great Sinatra stories.
He's so good.
And how he met Sinatra and worked with Sinatra. Absolutely. Yeah. But hey, you know what? At the end of the day, we're talking about legends, but your work is going to be legendary. It's going to resonate with the masses. Those that already see it, I'm sure, appreciate it. And I'm glad to have you in this tournament, which is a living room style conversation. I will put you backstage momentarily and bring you right back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. I appreciate you. And guys, I appreciate our next two gentlemen as well. One is a dear friend, and so is the other. I'm going to bring in this individual because the aim of life is to live, and to live means to be aware, joyously, serenely, divinely aware. If life is a song, sing it. If life is a game, play it. And if life is a challenge, why not meet it? If life is a dream, realize it. If life is a sacrifice, offer it. If life is love, enjoy it. The latter rings true when beginning to describe my next guest because his limitless talent and intellect, my oh my, have been on full display for the masses to observe, including myself. His work epitomizes the unselfish collaboration as he's created such a great harmony with fellow colleagues. He's a remarkable and fascinating human being, with layers of depth going several orders of magnitude deep. And he shared that intimate understanding of the self with a public audience.
True beauty in life comes from within. It comes from loving yourself, from recognizing and embracing your inherent worth. You recognize the beauty in yourself. But self-love isn't just about feeling good about yourself. It's about tapping into the infinite potential within you. It's about aligning with the power of your subconscious mind, the part of you that's connected to the limitless intelligence of the universe. It's like flipping a switch that turns on the light of your true potential.
I go to work because I've always wanted to do this. As a little kid, yeah. Having that eye looking at you doing it. I do it with ease. I've always been a natural actor. I was born to do this.
And arrest the downward spiral of an out of control youth who doesn't have any guidance, because without any guidance, your homelessness doesn't just start at at a young age. It ends at an old age. Today, now they call it murder rap. So you have this adoption by the youth of these mentality that I got to be this gangster, I got to be this killer, I got to be this hardhead, and then they go out in life at 11, 10, 11, 12 years old with this mentality, having no clue that they're becoming a detriment not only to themselves, but their environment around them. And here's the clincher. BlackRock and Vanguard are one of the largest stakeholders in the music business. And guess what? They're also one of the largest stakeholders in private prisons.
I say this as a compliment. Intellectually intimidating, but also a very beautiful heart. So how rare is that, especially in Tinseltown? Our second participant was born in Little Rock, Arkansas, but grew up in Atlanta, GA. He grew up around music and the arts. Makes perfect sense, as he's taken many a blank canvas and filled it up with a lot of art. My mentor and dearly departed friend Richard Donner, who directed The Goonies, a film that inspired this artist to give storytelling a career a start. He was nominated for an Emmy for the outstanding film I Know My First Name is Steven. He's a winner. It's obvious since Parker Lewis can't lose. Heck, he can't even break even. He's a class act, down-to-earth, genuine, and an incredible human being. I know all of you have been hearing, so let's start seeing. I see him backstage. He's ready to have a good time, but he definitely wants to win. So put your hands together for a friend, an amazing man, guys and gals. Last name Corin. No, not just yet. Not just yet. No. The next show, guys and gals, that we have is going to be a show co-hosted by an absolute brilliant mind. This man is kind and will remind us to go deep down the rabbit hole if we're ever so inclined, with yours truly, Avi Klein, and this man. Watching our show is a win-win. So guys, tuning out is a sin, because his outlook and presence will get you to grin, as our topics are never paper thin. So sit back now and enjoy a little din-din, and put your hands together for a talented human being, Emmy Award nominee, the personification of authenticity. First name, Corin. Hello, Mr. Nemec. Welcome around to the tournament, my friend.
What's happening, brother?
What's happening with you, man? I love you.
Just hanging, man. Decided not to go with my glasses this evening, so you'll have to bear with me. I'll be squinting like a Bob Marley after a huge split.
Oh, if it makes you feel better, I look great, in case you're wondering.
Well, my glasses reflected so much light; it was annoying when I watched it back. So, but I appreciate you having me here. I heard somebody's name I know quite well from that Erin mentioned was Peter Dobson. We lived right around the corner from each other on Woodrow Wilson back in the day, and I used to go over to his house quite often and harass him. That's awesome. Love that guy.
I love how much you love. One of my dear friends is Tretch from Naughty by Nature, and I love how when you talk about the scene, men like you, men like David Faustino back in the early 90s, of course, were able to introduce a lot of really storytellers through their musical lyrics and rhymes, and never really got a platform. You've appreciated back in the day in a time where a lot of people in our culture didn't, Corin.
Oh man, I don't know, dude. It was just the world I grew up in. Growing up as a graffiti artist in the early '80s and the hip hop scene and all of that. It was just culturally significant to me, that whole world. But like I said in that last clip there, I grew out of it when rap left me behind and started going so negative. I just went in a totally different direction. But I'm really glad to be here. I'm not against having a trip to Greece and a little extra cake in the pan.
I appreciate that. And again, guys, what we do here, living room style conversations, we get to know each other. The backdrop is the tournament, but the reality is strangers leave us friends, and that's really what it's all about. Thank you, my good friend Corin Nemec. I'm going to put you backstage and bring you right in.
Right on, brother.
Awesome human being, guys. We got a show coming up where we go down the rabbit hole. That's one of 70-plus talk shows in addition to this tournament. Guys and gals and pals, Corin and I are going to go down that proverbial rabbit hole, and you're part of the show. You're part of the show. You'll make that show happen as we give you clues live on air. You have to tune in to find out what I'm talking about. But right now, guys, I think you know what I'm talking about. I think you know who I'm bringing in right now. I think you know right now that I'm bringing in the former heavyweight champion of the world. I think you guys know right now that I'm bringing an Olympian, a gold medalist, someone who served our country. I'm also bringing in, guys and gals and pals, an absolute bona fide Hall of Famer who has a smile and lifts people up and deserves to get his roses. So let's give him his roses right about now. A warrior is not a person that carries a gun, because the biggest war you ever go through is right between your ears. It's in your mind. We're all going through a war in our mind, and we have to visit our mind and to fight that war, to win that war. And our next participant knows that the comeback is greater than any setback. It's due in large part to the fact that even death can never stay his hand. He gazed upon the cold vastness of space, and he mused upon his life. And he found that both are anything but empty. He's alive. He's here. His purpose is indeed quite relevant.
I know Ray Mercer pretty good, you know. Ray Mercer is made for Larry Holmes. I mean, you know, in spite of my old age. But I want you to know that I got Ray Mercer autograph. I got his autograph 2 times. I got one on a contract, I hope, and I got one on one of his cars. So you know.
No, he didn't love me, and I didn't love him either. You know, but I respected him. I respected him because he was, you know, he was the champ, and he was the man that beat the champ. So, you know, because he was throwing him out there, and he could punch. You know, he got to be in that position by beating the #1 contender, so the guy could fight, and he was champion of the world, you know. But we fought a good fight. He fought a good fight. And why can't I just be me? That's all I want. I don't want to be nobody else. I don't want to, you know, say that I'm better than anybody, was better than anybody else. I just wanted to go out there and put on a good fight.
Politically and everything else, he was doing what he had to do. He went overseas. They sent him overseas to free hostages. Nobody else do that. Muhammad Ali, he did exactly that. So he got a lot of people behind him, man. And I tell you, a lot of kids need to appreciate some of the things that not only Muhammad Ali, but a lot of people have done, and they can be helpful now. If the kids nowadays or the young people just appreciate what people like Muhammad Ali and everybody else that we're talking about here has done. He got out of the chair and walked over there and said, "I'm your Huckleberry." And the guy Ringo, I think, he said that, I was just funning with you. So my point is, you know, just stand up to bullies, and that's what will happen. You have to stand up to bullies, and you know that quote right there reminded me of that, and I also use that to tell, you know, the kids that's getting bullied, you know, to stand up for themselves.
The thing about this great guy, he uses his might to tell people not to fight. And guys and gals and pals, that's why this man is the light. Our next participant was born to a father who served in the United States Army for 23 years. His childhood was the best one could have. Decades before, he would welcome the cheers. Father and sons, memories that exist in the scrapbook of our mind. Staying up until 4 a.m. watching Ali and Frazier with his father, an image that can remind even the blind that the bond between father and son is what keeps us aligned with moments that are forever defined. Incredible moments such as these drew this man to boxing, but let's not forget that this man got the job done. Incredible moments this man had in other areas, guys and gals. This man was doing so much. He served our country and joined the military in 1980. He was in the Army for 2 years before putting on a pair of gloves. The accolades continued. We hope this respect is something he loves. His opponents at that time wished they could have shrunk in size to a mouse named Minnie. That's because his team consisted of Anthony Hembrick and Kennedy McKinney. Let's not forget Andrew Maynard and Robert Salters. Out of 12 divisions, this team won 11. 4 of these men were in the Olympic team, but let's move on to 1987. Kicking butt overseas preceded something that, without debate, is better than the word great, as he was able to innovate and obliterate all that stood before him, which is why I nominate the following as fate. Not bronze or silver, but he won gold as a heavyweight at the Summer Olympics of 1988, and he did it in grand style, knocking out all 4 of his opponents. And let's not forget about an infamous sparring session where he beat Riddick Bowe on his birthday. He was definitely the best at his profession. In January of 91, he did what only a select few have won. He won the WBO heavyweight title as the most powerful boxer in his division, something that he helped bring alive with his drive, doing it live. Such was the case when in 5 rounds, he beat Tommy Morrison. Yup, Stallone's co-star from Rocky V. His matches with Holyfield and Lennox Lewis were some of the greatest of all time. You want to talk about inspiration? Wait until you hear this next rhyme. Raising awareness to anti-bullying organizations and America's youth through education. Showcase his heart and the positive message that he's always able to convey. So put your hands together for a kind, humble, talented human being. Last name Mercer, first name Ray. Welcome to round 2, my friend.
Wow. It's good to be here.
I'm glad you're here. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great, man. That was a great introduction right there. Man. That's one, like I said, that I've ever had or ever will have.
Well, hey, there's no introduction needed for you, my friend, or for Corin and Erin, who I'm going to bring in right now. Ray, I got to ask you the same question as well. You know what this is all about, man. You've been up with some stalwarts. We're talking Spencer Haywood, Brutus the Barber, Beefcake legends. Are you here to win it all, my friend?
I never do anything to lose. You know what I'm saying? My competition here is great. So if the Lord is willing, then maybe he'll let me go to Greece. You know what I mean? I mean, my wife might kiss me or give me a Christmas present or anything. You know, so anything can happen.
There you go. Man, Ray Mercer, I love having you here. Let's bring in Mr. Corin Nemec, Miss Erin O'Brien. I love having you guys here as a trio. It's going to be fun. I say trio because I'm going to zip the old lip and go backstage. I got to set up topic number 1 first, and I'm going to give it to Ray Mercer first. Same question for everybody. If Corin or Erin want to rebut, all they have to do is lift the old index finger. It could be a question, doesn't have to be a rebuttal. All I have to do is come up and make it official. So if you guys want to rebut Ray while he's speaking, you can do that. Feel free. Ray, take as much time as you want. No problem. It's a fun topic. It's hypothetical. It's called History to the Rescue because most of us wonder about time travel. Life is a game of chess. You can't outdo a move, but you can make the next move better. So what if we could assemble a team that resides in the playbook of history? Ray, you're granted permission to go back in time. You have an opportunity to go back in time and spend 364 days with 3 historical figures. You're given a book of the future. You can share this book with these historical figures, and this enables them to peek into a future filled with scientific advancements. You will assign each of these figures, Ray, a task to complete in 1 year. One historical figure will be assigned the task of curing Alzheimer's. The second historical figure will be assigned the task of solving the mystery behind the JFK assassination. And finally, a third historical figure will be given immortality as they're assigned the task of serving mankind as an eternal ambassador of sorts. Please let us know one at a time, Ray. Which 3 historical figures would you select for these tasks and why? The floor is yours whenever you're ready to go, good sir.
Do I have to go first?
You got this. You got this, champ.
Okay. Would that be
And you know what? You could pick anyone you want first. For instance, if it's the person curing Alzheimer's first, you could talk about that first. If you want to pick the ambassador, it's up to you, whichever order you want.
Okay. As far as the neurosurgeon, I would have to say Sir John Hardy. He was a professor, and he discovered his discovery led to a drug that helped patients, and he also received a brain prize for neurology, and it lasted up to 30 years in the makings. A drug that was modest to its patients that really came close to solving, Alzheimer's, which people know very little about Alzheimer's. But this guy right here was
That's a great choice, by the way. Great choice.
That's my choice.
And whenever you're ready to go to the next one, feel free. Take your time, but whenever you're ready to go to the next person, feel free, my friend.
What's the topic is for the next subject is?
Well, so the next one, if you want to pick, is the ambassador. Who would you select as an ambassador?
Ronald Reagan.
Why would you pick Ronald Reagan?
Because I would pick Ronald Reagan because I got to pick a guy that was like in my time And I was in the military then, and you know, the world was safe. You know, he tore down the wall. He told the Russians to tear down the wall. They tore down the wall, which I have a piece. And you know, he gave all the military raises, man. He was a military man, and you know, in my time, to me, he would be the ambassador.
And that's someone that you met. You met Ronald Reagan.
Yes, in Oval Office. Yes.
Yes, you did in the Oval Office there. And just to expand further,
that's cool.
Do you feel as if the President of the United States, regardless of political affiliation, do you feel like the President of the United States has to first earn the public's respect? Do you feel?
I do. I do.
Please
I do. I really do.
Why is that so important, Ray? Why do you think that's so important, my friend?
Because it's what the people want, man. I mean, his job is to make America great again and make the world great again and give the people what they want. You know, what we're asking for, you know, and you know, if you can get in there, you do that and not be selfish and do it for the people, then that's where the people come in, man. You're working for the people. You're not working for yourself. You're working for the people. And that's what some presidents, I don't know, I can't name them, but
right.
I think that's what you have to do. You have to think about the people and work for the people. You're not there for yourself.
Ray, first off, your opinion's valuable, okay? You've been there and you've helped a lot of the people. You've helped the youth. I think it's safe to say, and I'm not going to speak for you, I'll ask you the question, that it's more rewarding to help the youth the way that you do, more so than even any personal accolade.
Oh, really? Yeah, I get more out of that than winning anything or any kind of game or anything, man. That's real serious in life, man. That's gonna, you know, I got kids out there and everybody got kids, man. We want the world to be a better place for our kids.
Amen. Ray, last question before I ask you about the JFK assassination, who you would pick for that one. I'll ask you that in a minute. But do you feel as if and this isn't political, is it possible to vote for someone, in your opinion, that we don't like or respect personally? Is it possible?
I mean, it's possible for people to do that, to vote whoever they want, you know, to vote. But yeah, I mean, that's the way it is. I mean, you vote who you think is going to do the best for the world and for you and for your neighbors and everybody.
We don't have to like them.
No, I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to like them. But if I don't like you, I'm not voting for you.
And I want to ask, just in the living room conversation, why not? I want to exclude Corin or Erin. Just jump in on that question real quick, guys.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I want just jump in, Erin or Corin. Do you feel like we need to actually like the person we vote in, or is that not part of the criteria as far as you're concerned?
It's not. You
Can I answer that?
Yes,
I loved your answers, Ray.
Yeah.
But no, so my mom, for example, she doesn't like Donald Trump's personality, but when he won, she was like, woo! So you don't have to like somebody's personality. I think it's about policy and the kind of world you want to live in.
Yes, exactly.
Ray and Erin, guys, giving us a piece of their mind. Corin, your thoughts, my friend?
Yeah, I'm right along the same lines of what Erin said. Probably, you know, a lot like her mom, I suppose. You know, I really don't care about what people's personalities are like, so long as their ethics are in and they're doing the right thing, and you know, they're not living some sordid lifestyle that I just can't jive with. But otherwise, if they're doing a great job, then let them do a great job. You know.
You and I talked about this a lot on the phone when we speak and go down that rabbit hole, and that's why the title of our show is called The Rabbit Hole. Quite fitting, because that's what we do when we're speaking. Yeah. You know, you're right. You actually said something that made me think. I'm going to kick it over to Ray. You know, Ray, what he said, and Erin, we were talking about history and politics because that's kind of what we do a lot. And I was talking about how when Richard Nixon was towards the end of his presidency, he was losing his mind. He was actually throwing cabinet members under the bus. Maybe there could be some kind of sketch or a cartoon, because we need to make light of things sometimes. It's okay to laugh. He's taking all Spiro. Here, take Spiro Agnew. But it didn't work because the media were after him. They were after Nixon, and he was pushing them and shoving them. And he was watching Patton, played by George C. Scott, 4 or 5 times. And this is where Corin comes in. And he said, yeah, you know, he was watching that. It may not be because he was losing his ever-loving mind. It may also be because he needed an escape. He needed something almost to center him. And I'm not quoting you verbatim. And again, different perspective.
To inspire, to keep him inspired, to keep going. I mean, I think that poor dude, man, if I was under as much pressure as he was under, yeah, I'd be watching Patton too.
George C. Scott's a great actor. Was one of the best. There's no doubt. Guys, and again, we're going to kick it over to Ray Mercer. Ray, I'm glad because you started this conversation, Ray, and look where it went now. So I appreciate you because you went in so deep and you were able to tell us why. You gave us the whys, why you'd pick Ronald Reagan. And because of that, now we're talking about other elements that are attached to this question. But the third part of this question is who would you select? Who would you pick? Which historical figure would you select, my good friend, when it comes to solving the JFK assassination and why?
Like I said, I'm dealing with people in my time. So, you want to say, I want to say, solving mysteries, but I don't think Johnny Cochran would be the one to do that because he's like a defense attorney or whatnot. And I don't know, Jack Smith. I like Jack Smith because he's tough. He's taking a beating. He's still taking a beating, and he's still hanging in there. He's still hanging on his reports and everything. And our democracy is at war right now. If nobody knows, but I mean, he's about the only chance we really have. I like him. He just takes a beating.
Ray, you remember this time, so I'll ask you this question. You remember the time in America when, of course, JFK was assassinated and it was a big deal.
Yeah.
Maybe the dividing line in our country. President Eisenhower before him told him about the military-industrial complex, and JFK didn't abide by that and spoke publicly against military. And who knows? There's a lot of theories out there. But do you feel as if that might be the dividing line? The Kennedy assassination, is that when things really changed, Ray, for us?
I think so. I mean, I was young then, but I think things really changed then.
Would you guys concur? I mean, there's a lot of instances, but do you think that's really a defining moment of when things changed?
Hard to say.
Man, I mean, he's not that. He's not the first president to get assassinated. We got McKinley and Garfield and. Anybody who really opposed the big powerful central bankers was very quickly eliminated, and that was another part of the Kennedy assassination that was I think was a factor, was that he was opposing the Federal Reserve and had put in a bunch of money. I think it was upwards of $500 million that were congressionally approved currency to get us out of a financial funk, and was pushing towards getting rid of the Federal Reserve too. And I think that also played somewhat of a part, but he had a lot of enemies.
You agree, Corin, it didn't help him in '61.
He didn't want to go to war.
Bay of Pigs didn't help.
Bay of Pigs didn't help. All of that, his peacetime presidency ideology wasn't really up to snuff for the military-industrial complex, plus the global banking establishment, the banksters as they are. So I think that he accumulated enough enemies that in modern times, when you have so much more attention on these kind of things, and it's probably a lot harder to hide the evidence. It was pretty brave for him to get whacked, but they did a good job of it, and I don't think it was a lone gunman by any stretch of the imagination.
It actually doesn't make sense. If people understand that, maybe one day we'll talk about the babushka lady, who nobody ever brings up. But in 1961, the Bay of Pigs, that's a real thing, guys. That's a real thing. If you look it up, there were a lot of strange people in disguise. They're on scene. But I'll say this much, because you brought up banking, central banking, and of course 61. He went against his military publicly. That Bay of Pigs fiasco. There was Cuban refugees who weren't soldiers. They were police officers. They were doctors. They were taxi drivers, and he was told they were being trained by us, and they weren't being trained. They were set out to slaughter. Castro slaughtered them, and that's what the Bay of Pigs was. And from that moment on, Kennedy did not trust his military. And when he went against it, again, to poke light of a situation, just add levity to something. Maybe some sort of cartoon that would depict Eisenhower going in his ear. No, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Old Ike tried to warn him, but it didn't really work out too well. Ike was too busy fighting off Nixon, who he hated. His own vice president couldn't stand him. They would quarrel like the Odd Couple, like Oscar and Felix. But Ray Mercer, guys and gals, again, giving it to us straight. He answered all three very, very astutely, and I appreciate that, my friend. I'm going to kick it over right now to Mr. Corin Nemec with the same question, which I'll read to our audience. Corin, you're granted permission to go back in time. You have the opportunity to go back in time and spend a year with 3 historical figures. You're given a book of the future. You can share this book with these historical figures, and it enables them to take a peek into the future, filled with scientific advancements. You can assign each of these figures a task to complete in 1 year. One will be assigned the task of curing Alzheimer's. The second will be assigned a task of solving the mystery behind the JFK assassination. And finally, the third will be given immortality as they're assigned the task of serving mankind as an eternal ambassador of sorts. Who would you select and why? The floor is yours whenever you're ready to go. Good, sir.
Yeah, the Alzheimer's one is an interesting one. I mean, I picked kind of an obscure fellow, Samuel Hahnemann, who was the kind of the what you'd call a modern founder of homeopathy. If I remember correctly, he coined the term. He was a German doctor, and he believed that, you know, any ailments that we have, since we're earthly, you know, that also he also believed that there had to be a spiritual element to illness as well. So he wasn't discluding you know, the idea of the placebo effect, so to speak, where, you know, somebody may believe that they have an illness, but it could be something that's created. Now, I'm not saying that Alzheimer's is at all, because it isn't. I just think that if we had gone more along the lines of a homeopathic approach to medicine in general, we may not have Alzheimer's even today, because I just think that the research in Alzheimer's, some of what I have found over the years leads back to, you know, thymerasols in vaccines and stuff, which means a certain amount of metals in them, particularly mercury, which was used, and which is terrible, not only physically on the body, but it slowly over time accumulates in the brain and the neuron receptors and whatnot, and that easily can lead to, you know, what was coined back in the day, Mad Hatter's disease. And they discontinued the use of mercury in vaccines in 2003, which is like so late in the game. You know, it's, you know, I think that when you look at, you know, it's hard to find studies that are done on Alzheimer's patients and what vaccines they got when they were young, or what vaccines they got over a period of time, which potentially could factor into Alzheimer's becoming a, you know, a disease of the brain later on. And now, but they do have aluminums in the vaccines, which has a similar effect as the mercuries and stuff. So I think that if there had been a far more homeopathic approach to, you know, to all of our sicknesses and illnesses and all of that. I mean, not even getting into some of the research that's been done on cancers and the possible origin of those and cures for those. Alzheimer's itself, I do think that there's a strong connection between that and the thymerasols and vaccines and other drugs and stuff that are given intravenously. So, you know, Samuel Hahnemann, I just think that if we had pursued that line of medicine over the pharmaceutical industry, which is a, you know, more of a chemical approach to cures and treatments, rather than a holistic one, we would most likely be a lot healthier today.
That's great that you brought that up too. Again, talking about this with you on the phone yesterday was refreshing, because being able to go down that rabbit hole, it's even that can be construed as political. It seems like everything that can help us hurts us in other ways, financially at least. We're dealing with that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to, you know, I mean, how do you how do you monetize, a holistic approach to medicine and healing and all of that. I think that's probably a factor. The pharmaceutical industry, as we know, is so powerful. It's outrageous. I had a buddy of mine who went into what they called a wellness center recently, and they were like prescribing people so many meds there. He was like, "What the hell is this?" But we had a funny conversation about it. We're actually creating a project centered around it right now. But yeah, man, I just I haven't had any kind of vaccinations or anything like that since I was a baby. And I rarely ever, I think the last time I got the flu, I might have been in my late teens or something. I think that was the booze flu anyway. So I've been really healthy my whole life, and that's not even by meaning to be. I kind of pay attention to what I eat. I'm sort of, I sort of keep myself moving a lot and do things and all of that, but I steer clear of the pharmaceuticals, and I always have, and I don't have any kind of issues that I would be concerned about, or not that anybody else has who does take pharmaceuticals. That's not what I'm here to say. I'm not here to say don't take them. It's up to you and your doctor. But
there is a grand purpose behind everything. Sure,
yeah,
there's a grand purpose. Well, you got to admit this, Corin. The more addicted we are, I want to frame this for you. The more addicted we are, right? The more controlled we become. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think, absolutely. I think the other interesting thing that David Hanneman had to say was just that, that Samuel Hanneman had to say was just that that there's a spiritual element to being healthy as well, and to curing illnesses as well. And that, when you get into psychiatry and psychology, it's interesting because psyche is the Greek term for spirit, which, which to me is very particular, when you have psychology and the knowledge of spirit, or that there should be a spiritual solution to things, especially if you're dealing with psychological issues. I think that for myself personally, when I've been in ruts, the only thing that's ever gotten me out of those ruts is belief in myself as a spiritual being, and my connection to something greater than myself has always lifted my spirits naturally, without the need for anything or any other outside type of pharmaceutical, or really anything else for that matter.
Ray and Erin, before I ask Corin the next question about the assassination and who we would select, do you guys feel, you guys could jump in, Ray or Erin first, do you guys feel that it would be probably beneficial for us to trust our pharmaceutical companies, but we can't go back and trust them anymore because of what we know? Ignorance is bliss for certain people that do, but now that the cat's out of the bag, especially in the last 15 to 20 years, and we've learned more about how they operate, do you feel like that's something that we can ever tackle? The populace, is that a beast we can ever tackle?
Well, I think sorry, by the way, my dogs are barking. But I think now people are more open to it, especially with the vaccine, when the COVID vaccine came out and people were questioning it like crazy.
Yeah.
I think there was a great discussion about how maybe vaccines aren't good for you, maybe pharmaceuticals aren't good for you. So I think that's kind of great that people are now like open to it. I grew up sort of holistically, and now I'm very holistic. Like, I won't take anything.
Sure.
Unless I'm like dying.
But is there some paranoia attached to that, Erin? Is there some paranoia because we're afraid to put something in our bodies because they were developed by people that maybe don't care about us as much as we'd like to think they do?
A little bit, but I just think they want you to get addicted. So, for example, like,
right,
you take one thing, then it has 17 side effects, and you're gonna have to take 7 other things to cure those side effects. But you can cure things from the root. My husband, for example, he's terrible, but he got colitis, and they gave him a antibiotic, and it had a black box warning that said you may commit suicide. Like, on the
my
box.
gosh!
And that was just one of like 27 possible side effects. So I said, we're absolutely not taking this. And I got him colloidal silver, which is a natural antibiotic. He took that. He took aloe vera. He took all the things I gave him, activated charcoal. And
was it in small text that you might commit suicide? I'm just curious. Was that like microscopic almost?
So as soon as we got it from the doctor, it was small. I started like researching like crazy. And then I'm finding all these news reports of people like going on different talk shows and they're like, my son jumped off the bridge. Like, no, we're like, this is crazy. Like,
it is.
I'm so against, I mean, if you have to take something,
Sure.
you have to take something. I can't tell people what to do.
Of course.
But the best thing to do is just to eat well and eat real food and take care of yourself. But there's so many natural cures.
Ray, you've dealt with a lot of different injuries over your time because you put your body on the line to entertain the masses the way that you did. And really, I commend you for that. As an athlete, as one of the top athletes that's ever graced the ring, how do you feel about this topic when you hear about what we're talking about as it pertains to pharmaceutical companies, as it pertains to the holistic approach? What do you prefer and why?
I agree with her that, they got so many medicines out there now. Like back when we was kids, man, it was castor. We had castor. We had stuff like that. My mom gave me stuff I don't even remember right now. But you know what? It worked. You didn't have to go to the pharmacy to get it. Nowadays, you got to go, like you got to go to the pharmacy. You get one thing, and then once they prescribe you one, then that's going to require something else, like she said. And then it's just crazy. I think it's crazy that they're doing the medicine the way they are. And I think that now that we are aware of it, we probably can result back into, old times or just, like we're going to get well. People been living without medicine for a while and we can do it. I think we can. I think it's crazy too that they charge as much as they charge and they're killing us with that.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that we're aware and, people are taking it into their own hands. I mean, like my kids, they don't even want to take pills. They don't want to take no kind of medicine with the sick. I mean, they're young, they're older. I mean, times have changed. Like now, you really don't need to pay all that money. It shouldn't cost to live if you got a cold or the flu or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So
can't put a price on life. You're right about that.
That's right.
And it's sad, Ray, because like I feel like a lot of people who are essentially talking about how they're tired of the system are saying, what could we do? And they shrug their shoulders like Shaggy. But it's not that there's no innovation. There's simply no starvation for innovation. Where's the starvation for innovation? I'm not calling revolution over here. I'm saying that there doesn't seem to appear to be a need for people who are starving to innovate when it comes to pushing through, challenging the status quo, be it challenging the status quo as it pertains to what we're talking about here, the pharmaceutical companies, big farm, as it pertains to our political figures. We do have a voice, and last I checked, we do outnumber them. So, hey, we might get kicked off YouTube. That's fun. Ray, I got to ask Corin this question. We'll get kicked out, but they can't keep us down for long. They can't assassinate us, but they did assassinate John F. Kennedy. And Corin, if you could go back in time and pick a historical figure as it pertains to that part of this question, who would it be and why, my good friend?
I mean, it's a weird one because he obviously investigated the Kennedy assassination when it happened. Was the district attorney of New Orleans, Jim Garrison, and he was really the only person. He was like the canary in the coal mine. He was the only person that was trying to point the fingers in the right direction, and he's the one who established the connection between the intelligence agencies, the mob, especially down in the South, which got, I guess, coined the Dixie Mafia, so to speak. But that was the Marcello, Carlos Marcello. His family had already been around there in New Orleans. New Orleans is just a notorious place. It's been a notorious place really almost since its inception, and they were involved in a lot of trafficking, gun running, things like that, especially down in South America, running guns. It's similar to the Iran-Contra kind of deal that happened so many years later. The Dixie mob was down there running guns to South America for these kind of counter revolutionary type of actions that were going on in order to stop the spread of communism down there. But So there was a beef between some of these individuals, like we talked about earlier, and the Kennedys, because the Kennedys weren't so interested in, in fighting communism in South America, and were more interested in having a relatively peaceful relationship with Russia, which was a huge no-no for the military-industrial complex. We needed a big enemy, even though Russia fought with us in World War I and World War II, and also helped with an embargo on the British, or a blockade on the British during the Revolutionary War, which helped us win the Revolutionary War against them. So it's not that Russia historically has ever really been a direct enemy of ours, although we had proxy wars, kind of against them, you could say. But that could also be more along the lines of the Chinese there in Southeast Asia. But Jim Garrison was the guy who first really planted the seeds that led to any of us even having an idea of what really went down. And you had his, once he uncovered those mafia connections, then you have to understand that Jack Ruby was mafia connected in Texas there with that whole Dixie Mafia, and he actually had all the majority, if not all, of the Secret Service agents out the night before at a strip club / brothel, getting them drunk all night, so that they wouldn't be on point the next day when they had to protect the president. And so that's really interesting as well, that connection. And of course, Jack Ruby was the one who killed good Lord, why is his name slipping my mind now? Now you got me. Oswald, Jesus, yeah. And and Oswald was born was raised in New Orleans, and was seen around a lot of these more nefarious characters, and was in the military with a couple of them that were involved, that he had investigated as being involved in the assassination. I just think that if he hadn't been sidelined, reason why I would go to him is that if he had the freedom to truly investigate the connections and the assassination without being stopped, essentially by his own government and by people in high positions of power in his own state, that I think he would have unraveled the whole mystery, and the whole affair would have been figured out a long time ago, and the people involved would have been figured out. But the fact that Jack Ruby and all these characters were all associated, and he's the one who whacked Oswald, and the likelihood of Oswald even being a shooter is pretty slim at this point, but more just a patsy. That's the individual that I think I would like to bring back to see, and give him the freedom, or give him all the information that he doesn't have, by bringing it back from the future to the past and delivering it to him on a silver platter, because there's a lot of stuff that's been revealed that he probably wasn't or didn't have an opportunity to look into.
Well, let me bring something from the past into the present, which is complimenting the three of you. I want to compliment you guys, so take your roses. Ray Mercer, Erin O'Brien, and Corin Nemec are with us here tonight. And guys, I want to thank you for trusting this space. It means a lot to me, because it's virtual. You might think that's sappy. I'd rather be sappy than cynical. But hey, we're doing something here without breaking bread. We're doing something here that's virtual. It's defined as a very cold environment, and yet here we are, again, building these friendships through our opinions and respecting each other. And there's a simplicity to that that's so beautiful that you guys bring. So my flowers to you, to Ray Mercer, Erin O'Brien, and Corin Nemec. Appreciate you guys, because I'm a warm and fuzzy guy, and I feel that way when I'm backstage listening to the three of you. And I respect and appreciate and I value what you guys say. I would say that off camera. Corin, we're dear friends. You know that. I want to give it back to you guys because you guys are amazing. What else is amazing is that if they ever wanted to cast someone as Perry Mason, it probably would be Mr. Garrison, because he belonged on TV. Maybe Corin agrees. He's as big as Columbo and Kojak put together. And I think appearance-wise, he kind of out-Perry Mason Raymond Burr, if you think about it. And I say that as a compliment because he had presence. The man had presence. And he was trying to get to the heart of the matter. But when you bring up Jack Ruby, here's something a lot of people don't know. Jack Ruby never touched a drug in his life. And when he was interrogated, after he killed Oswald, he was exhibiting signs of someone who was under something called MK Ultra. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. I don't like conjecture. The man didn't know why he was high, but he was high. And that's sort of strange because around this time they were testing it in Canada. They were testing MK Ultra here in our backyard in prisons, and they were testing it in senior facilities, which is not what they were called back then, thanks to Geraldo, who helped solve that in the 70s. But man, oh man, this thing does go deep, and it really does. And even Oliver Stone quoted it saying this, only spoke to Oliver one time in my life, and that's when I was my third year of writing. Richard Donner was in the room, so I shut my mouth, but I listened really well. And I remember what Oliver said. He didn't say it to me, but he said it to Richard. He said, I started figuring things out and realized that I knew too much, and that if I was going to direct the film that I wanted to, I would never direct another one after this film, after JFK. So there's stuff we'll never see. There's stuff on the cutting room floor that Oliver Stone says gives him worse nightmares than any Freddy Krueger movie. Like, what he learned is so shocking and so traumatizing that he'll never forget it. Question for you guys before Corin's last, the last entry into this topic. Would you rather uncover something knowing that it could scar you for the rest of your life? Or is it like, I'm not touching that? Is that your approach? It could be anything. The truth could be scary.
Me or Aaron?
Anybody
Go
could
ahead,
jump
Aaron.
in. And how about this? It's a generalization. It could be about anything. Well, it could be a generalization. But I want first instinct. That's the acting teacher in me. First instinct, when you hear that question, uncover the truth or recoil?
It depends what it is.
What we're talking about here.
Yeah, I can handle this.
Okay. Despite that your life might be in jeopardy.
I guess. I mean,
my question is this: we're talking JFK. We're talking the JFK assassination here. Is it important? I guess, let's shatter the cycles of the past. But to do that, we have to accept the problems of the present. We have problems here that go far back there. Do we need to solve that to solve this today in 2025? Whatever this is, whatever we're experiencing as a culture. Do we need to solve that? Do we need to get to the heart of the matter, Ray, Corin, or Erin?
I mean, to me, I think that the truth will set you free. I mean, it might be a terrible truth that you have to know and find out and go through the pain and of accepting it and all of that. But at the end of the day, it's got to be truth before the lie. What is it, sir? My corgi's trying to get in.
He's trying to tell you, Corin, I value your life. Don't go deeper. Don't go deeper. Don't do it. How about you, Ray? Do you think, would you, if you had the ability to solve something like this in the past, but you would have to sacrifice your life in order to find the truth and discover the truth, would you still do it?
Yes, I think I would. Like you said, the truth will set you free.
That's inspiring.
Any world, in any life.
That's inspiring.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. No, I really want to know. You guys fascinate me. I'm a very inquisitive person. Guys, it's the third portion of the first topic for Corin Nemec, which right now is the ambassador topic. Corin, feel free to delve into it whenever you are ready.
Yeah, this was a tough one. I'm not that I have a whole lot of knowledge, on the nuances of his life and all of that, but Siddhartha Gautama would definitely be who I would bring back as that character we're talking about, or otherwise known as the Buddha, but which Buddha only just means an awakened one, the awakened one, from the Sanskrit term Bud, which means to be awake. But it was kind of the first time in history at hold on a second, buddy. It's kind of the first time, historically, religiously, that someone broke the mold of kind of that pantheistic idea of God and man, and started this personal relationship with the idea of a divinity being within, and having a very personal relationship there. And Buddhism was almost more of a psychology than it was anything else, because it understood that relationship between the mind, the body, and the spirit, and that what was called the middle path was this balance between, you know, your needs, your wants, your desires, or the things that will actually, that the only things you really need, which is what you need to survive. You know, you need someplace decent to sleep and to rest yourself, and decent food to eat, and activities to do, and things like that. And you need freedom to express yourself. And then, you know, that's what's called samsara, that wheel of living and dying. Suddenly you can become well balanced in the throes of the chaos of the world and all of the sufferings that we endure. And because really the whole point of it was to decrease the amount of suffering that we're under. So that's physical suffering, emotional suffering, mental suffering, spiritual suffering. And the only way to really decrease that suffering that we're all experiencing on one of those different levels is having a realization and becoming awakened in ourselves individually. And so it's not like you know, that the Buddha was teaching you have to worship this thing or this idea or this entity or this book or this theory or anything else. It's the opposite of that. You don't worship anything. You just become awakened and enlightened and balanced in your personal life, and then you treat others the same. There's a lot of interesting parallels to Christianity and the teachings of Jesus in the teachings of Buddha, which I find very interesting too. But you know, Buddha successfully with his philosophy, what they called civilizing, you know, so-called civilized, you know, a lot of the known world at that time, you know, all the way from his teachings reached ancient Babylon. He was born also, you know, 600 years before Jesus was born, and the Greeks also, with Alexander the Great, when they ended up stopping their invasion of India up in the Kashmir region, they ran into Buddhism there, and it was shocking to them, this kind of understanding. They brought the ideas of the Buddha back to Greece at that time, and it kind of sparked a bit of an intellectual revolution there too, which isn't really given much credit to their interaction with Buddhists, in the BC era, but and the rest of Asia, which wasn't really known, you know, going all the way into China, was embraced the Buddhistic ideology almost fully. I mean, when the Buddhism reached China at that time, there was already Taoism and Confucianism, but both of those were very similar to Buddhism in many ways, especially Taoism, not so much Confucianism, but you know, the idea of Buddhism as a psychology that we could all study and practice is the reason why I chose him, because you can be you can study Buddhism and be a Muslim. You can study Buddhism and be a Christian. You can study Buddhism and be a Jew. You can study Buddhism and be any of these things, because it's a non-denominational you know, type of practice. It's hard to call it a religion. It's only really referred to as a religion because there is a meditative practice that you can do repetitively in order to achieve this kind of Bodhi state, this state of enlightenment. But that's why I would choose him, because he just has, historically, if he was here today, you know, I'm not sure if anybody would listen to him anyway, right? But I think that he would be a great ambassador if he could exist for a lot longer than he did, for humankind to kind of listen to and dig.
I like how the concepts are packaged well. Like the Four Noble Truths could probably speak to anybody.
Yeah, 100%. The Eightfold Path, all that. Yes, 100%. And just the idea of a decrease in suffering alone, I think that anybody can jibe with that. You know, just going, man, you know, I'm in some emotional pain. I'm in some physical pain. I'm in some, psychological pain, like my corgi is right now in the background. But, just knowing that I did study at the Taoist Institute of Los Angeles for a while, which really was my first real introduction to the idea of Buddhism and all of that, even though it was more of a Taoist thing. But Buddhism and Taoism are, there's so many similarities there. It's hard to separate them nowadays. But anyway,
it's also hard
without
to decide.
getting too far in the weeds, that's who I would choose.
No, I appreciate your honesty. It's also hard to decide whether it's Erin or Corin's canine who are rebutting. No, I gotta say they're rebutting the hell out of each other. Maybe they might be having their own style of conversation about this. I like it.
Is going off.
Hey, guess what? We're pre-taping. It's all good. It's only Amazon Prime we're pitching to. It's not a big deal.
I have a corgi too. I have 10 dogs.
Oh, you have a
they're all
corgi?
really good.
10 dogs. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That is
dogs.
rescue, I think, right? You said.
Yeah, we rescue.
There they are. What's his name? What's her name or his name?
Theodore Corgivelt, the rough rider.
I like that. Awesome. Hey, let me ask you guys a question. If psychics know the winning lottery numbers, why are they still working?
True.
That's a good question.
Don't worry, Erin. This is the portion of the show since you're new. You don't have to answer that at all. You could just. You don't have to even think about that. Hey, if a mute child swears, does his mother wash his hands with soap? Yes, no. If a chronic liar
uses naughty sign language.
Oh, I gotta add that. If a chronic liar tells you he's a chronic liar, do you believe him?
Yes.
Does anyone ever vanish without a trace or disappear in fat air instead of thin air?
I've been so skinny I could disappear in some fat air. I can tell you that. I'm a rather narrow person.
You look amazing, dude. What are you talking about? Oh God. If a turtle doesn't have a shell, is he homeless or naked?
Both.
Naked.
Yeah.
Okay. If FedEx and UPS merge, would they call it Fed Up?
I hope so.
I would.
Okay. All right. This is what a writer does at 2 a.m. when he's bored out of his mind, by the way, guys.
Those are good ones.
Absolutely. Got a couple more of these. If nothing ever sticks to Teflon, how do they make Teflon stick to the pan?
Ooh.
I'm just saying. It does stick. If olive oil comes from olives, where does baby oil come from?
Oh God.
Oh boy.
If quitters never win and winners never quit, who came up with quit while you're still ahead? If the Energizer Bunny attacks someone, is it charged with battery?
Oh man.
Yes, guys. Dad jokes are now part of the TKN
I
Celebrity
like
Tournament.
those.
And I'm proud of that. I love you guys. You're doing great. Awesome stuff here. We're going to kick it right now over to Erin O'Brien. Guys, the second topic is a bit of a breeze, so we're going to have a lot of fun here. This is Erin O'Brien. I'm going to introduce the topic to our audience. Erin already knows it. Erin, you're granted permission to go back in time. You have an opportunity to go back in time and spend a year with 3 historical figures. You're given a book of the future. You can share this book with these historical figures that you've selected. It enables them to peek into a future filled with scientific advancements. You're going to assign each of these figures a task to complete in 1 year. One historical figure will be assigned a task of curing Alzheimer's. The other will be assigned a task of solving the mystery behind the JFK assassination. And finally, a third historical figure will be given immortality as they're assigned the task of serving mankind as an eternal ambassador of sorts. Which 3 do you select and why? My good friend, the floor is yours.
Okay, so my first one is Max Gerson. I don't know if I assume maybe Corin, you've heard of him. He's holistic, and his Gerson theory, which he created a long time ago, is supposedly cures cancer. They actually have a place in Mexico where people go down with cancer, and they can give them juices and coffee enemas. I'm not sure if I'm down with that, but it's just a natural, holistic way of curing cancer. So I think he would be the perfect person to look at.
I think there's like an organic vegetarian diet that you have to be on, I think. For that.
Yeah, it's raw, it's veggies, which I am not. I mean, I like juices. I juice, but I still eat. But anyway, he's had a lot of success, and I think that we need to take it back to food if we're going to cure all these diseases that we have right now. So I would bring him back.
I like that. Coffee enemas is part of it too, though. If you kind of,
I don't know about that, but
yeah, that's kind of part of it. Yeah. But hey, I appreciate you again going deep here as well. Really quickly, we're going to continue on with Erin and her two topics. Coffee. Are you guys coffee drinkers? Ray, Corin, or Erin? Coffee?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, oh yeah, huge.
Yeah.
It's almost all I drink. I'm more coffee than man.
By the way, guys, you got to give up to Corin and deadpanning. The way he deadpanned that was just as good as the delivery and the material. So that was good stuff there. But coffee of choice.
Anything that's already ground and ready to go in my French press.
You're not picky. That's cool. You're not picky about that. Okay. Do you guys
I drink
enjoy the
community
Starbucks
coffee quite
stuff?
a bit? But
okay. All right.
I listen. A hot cup of Pikes is a friend of mine when when I'm around Starbucks, but Starbucks isn't necessarily my go-to. I'd rather make it myself, and I don't have a particular brand. I kind of just go and I grab different ones at different times when I go to the store, sort of sniff them out, But
I like that. As I get older, I kind of like going to the supermarket and go by the aisles. It's very serene. I used to hate that as a youngster. Ray, you said you love coffee. You were like, yeah, me. Does that get you through the day, my friend?
I don't drink it that often, but I'm mostly drinking when I'm cold and it's
gotcha.
Cold. So I drink that and hot cocoa.
Hot cocoa's underrated.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, do you think hot cocoa is more underrated than cottage cheese?
No.
I like cottage cheese.
How about?
I do too.
Yeah, cottage cheese.
A lot of people don't like. Have you ever seen a Northeasterner eat a plum in the middle of the street?
No.
I've never seen that. I want to see that one time in my life. Any Northeasterner just chomp down on a plum. Corin, in your area, have you seen that? People probably eat plums over there.
I've never seen anybody eating a plum in public. To be honest, I haven't even seen plums in the grocery store lately. My mom, I loved plums when I was a kid.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, my mom actually, I know, because prunes come from the plum, and my mom, we were stuck in traffic in Atlanta when I was a little kid, and she had eaten a whole bag of those things and had a bit of an emergency.
Whoa, yeah.
Traffic.
That would do it. The plums. Yeah, I don't see them in supermarkets anymore. I do see pears from time to time, but I've never seen someone chop down on a nice old plum in the middle of the street. Never happened. But you could. It's messy, I guess, though, right? Because it's a messy kind of a fruit.
They're a little messy. I love them, though.
Messy.
Delicious.
Yeah.
I'm going to go look for some tomorrow.
But then, Corin, I mean, that Philly cheesesteaks are messy, and people eat Philly cheesesteaks all the time. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Erin, second part of this topic, for topic number one, is who you would select, who would be assigned the task of solving the mystery behind the JFK assassination. Whenever you're ready to go, my friend.
All right. This is going to sound kind of weird, but I would bring back JFK to solve his own murder.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Because I think it was an inside job. And then he can look at it with a new perspective and be like, oh, shit, this guy was trying to do it the whole time.
I like that.
That's damn
weird,
good.
But...
That's good.
No, that's not weird. Let's explore it further. You bring JFK back to solve the mystery of the JFK assassination.
Yeah.
Question: Do you believe him? Do you believe him though?
Yes, I think we do.
Okay.
We show him all the videos. We show him the Oliver Stone movie. We go through all the data, all the YouTube videos, all the conspiracies, and he'll be prepared.
What happened to his brain? You guys know about that, right? What happened to the brain?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
His missing brain. I know.
Missing. Yeah.
They think it was the driver. I mean, I don't know, but that's one of the.
That's what they say because they actually doctored the Zapruder. The Zapruder film got doctored. Corin, you know that, right? They doctored the Zapruder film.
Yeah, I heard that they also edited a little bit of stuff out of it. They left some stuff out of it or whatever. But it's tough. There's so many theories about the multiple gunmen, and they definitely had him triangulated. Having somebody in the car firing, that would mean that the governor would have had to have been deeply in on it. And also the two wives as well. That's
I was going to say the wives. The wives had to have known if that were the case. They had to have known
if that were the case. But the theory of the grassy knoll, the gunman behind the fence, that definitely holds a lot of weight. There was also one about the drain opening. There was from the ground level. there was a drain pipe that emptied out
That's right. Yes.
into a wash that was big enough for someone to pretty much walk through all the way up to the street level, and could aim out of the drain there, and which was interesting. But no matter what, they definitely had that thing that had it triangulated. There was bullets coming from 3 or 4 different directions. You know?
guys need to watch the
let's get
following
real.
documentary. I don't know if Corin has, or Erin or Ray. There's a documentary called The Fog of War. Robert McNamara, actually. You've seen that? His deathbed.
I love.
There's a lot of secrets. And, Corin, he finally fesses up to Vietnam and how, there were 5 commander-in-chiefs who couldn't figure out Vietnam and didn't even try. And then, of course, Robert McNamara, who lied to us. We never really declared Vietnam was never an actual official war. A lot of people don't even get that.
No, it was a police action.
It was a police action, and we were lied to regarding Gulf of Tonkin. We know that. That was a lie.
Yeah, 100%. It was a joke.
Absolute
but
joke.
I love
100%.
Aaron's idea of bringing JFK back. I was actually on the fence between RFK and Jim Garrison. I was like really struggling there, and but to go full JFK, man, that's like that's like going full retard. You
got to understand, Corin. Erin's got a lot. Her range as an actress, which I'll talk about in a minute, is vast. She could do anything, but she also has a lot of great horror films under her belt. So I think that she might have tapped into that a little bit and go, you know what? Let's turn this into like a pseudo-zombie historical context film where JFK comes back to tell us the truth, but he has no brain anymore because he's undead and he can't tell us anything. Can you imagine that? That could also be a Seinfeld episode. It could go the other way.
It goes back to sign language.
Sign language. We have to figure out. Oh, that's good. Ooh, wow. Guys, Corin's a great screenwriter, and just a good segue before we ask Erin to delve into the final thing here. Well, I want you guys to know this. The reason why we like independent films, and I don't want to speak for Corin, is when you structure the story tightly and you keep the characters very tight, sometimes it could be like a Seinfeld episode. I just brought that up. You have your main cast, you have your settings. You can go back and forth between those settings with the right rhythm, the right storyline. You could feel like you're moving around a lot as a viewer as well when you're watching, even though you're not going to that many places. That's kind of the joy of the independent film, right, Corin?
Mm-hmm. It's a method. I mean, I've used that method in some screenplays that I've produced. That I started out writing was basically trying to keep the amount of locations down to roughly 8 or so if you can, and then keeping the character list to about maybe 10 to 12 characters maximum. And not using any superfluous. I just murdered that word. Characters as like, for instance, don't introduce a character that has dialogue that's not going anywhere. So if you're going to, I don't bring dialogue in on waiters and doormen and anything like that. It's like I try and leave all that alone. But I do love writing. I have a film that just came out on Tubi recently that I wrote and produced called Deadly Justice. It's a murder mystery, and it's a lot of fun. And then I have one that I co-wrote, came out last year, called Dead Man's Hand, that Stephen Dorff and Cole Hauser star in.
Great actress.
And then I have some nice films that came out recently that I'm acting in, but that's beside the point. I want to shine the spotlight on Erin here. She's got another big question.
Another one over here, because in case you guys.
Totally
well, I want to say this. I want to say this too, though, because we're talking about screenwriting, and it's something I've been passionate about my whole life. But you're bringing up a lot of fundamentals that I wish a lot of young writers knew. So if we give them advice, do what Donner taught me. Write for the investors, but don't compromise your story. Because if you're starting to write an independent film with more exteriors than interiors, no one's going to pick it up. They're going to read that script and go, do you have a budget to shoot all those exteriors? You probably don't. So keep it close, maybe 2 or 3 settings, maybe 4 settings. Keep the story simple and don't rely on settings to tell your story as much as you would in a full feature film with a budget that might exceed 7 or 8 figures. So keep the story very simple and get more interiors in there.
That in practical locations, I learned also, and when I was writing some stuff in Mississippi, I went out the Deadly Justice. In fact, if you go and if anybody watches it on Tubi, a lot of that story was based on locations I knew I could get for free. So I sort of wrapped.
You got to cheat sometimes. You got to cheat.
Yeah. So well, I mean, it's locations are essential. If you can get some really amazing, beautiful, big looking locations, then it's going to make your film look expensive.
You're right, and you can write backwards
that's a
that way
factor.
too, which is cool. You can write backwards that way, which is fun. Guys and gals, we're not going to go backwards. We're going to go forwards. I am going to say this right now before I kick it over to Erin. I have to bring this up because Mr. Ray Mercer was a military kid, and I want to bring this up because he has a lot that he does. Anti-bullying, that's what it's all about. That's what this man, my dear friend, Ray Mercer, is all about. When you were a military kid, you didn't get into street fights. You liked boxing, and when you were overseas, when Joe Frazier fought Muhammad Ali, your father and you watched that. You stayed up till 4 a.m. to watch that fight. Is that right?
Yeah, we did. We watched all the Muhammad Ali fights. They come on, 4 a.m. We had school. Had my father. He let me stay up. I wasn't really into boxing then. I just like seeing the champion, just watching boxing matches. I had no idea who I'd be when I turned 23 years old. But yeah, we used to watch. That was a big part of my life, man. Being stationed overseas in Germany and being up at 4 a.m. watching Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier fight with my father, man. That was awesome.
I love that. And he was such a very important part of your life. And your father, he marched you down to the recruiter and signed you up. And it was the best thing he did for you. Being a retired soldier, you asked, what was the job you initially signed me up for? And he sat up in his chair and answered, I was an infantryman. I was a grunt. I tried to get higher on the test, but that's what I got. And it was the best thing ever. Right, Ray?
That would be anything else but an infantryman.
Wow.
That's it. Right there. Everything worked out great for me, man. It did. I had, I didn't come from a poor background or anything like most boxers and all that. I had good background, good schooling, and traveled all over the world. So my childhood life was great.
Yeah, you were stationed like in Schweinfurt, Germany, right? I think.
Schweinfurt, Germany. The first time I was stationed overseas in Schweinfurt, Germany. That's why I first put a pair of gloves on right there. I was 23 years old.
Wow.
5 years later, I'm winning a gold medal.
Wow, that's amazing. You had a heavyweight boxer in that unit, and they thought you were tough and how you talked, and they asked you to be a sparring partner, and then you were ready to go Reforger, which is an annual military training exercise that was employed during the Cold War, and it was the wintertime. There was snow on the ground, and although you guys were a mechanized unit, you couldn't sleep in the vehicles. You had to sleep outside, right?
Exactly.
Wow.
Sleep in the snow. So I didn't know anything about boxing, but I was eating warm food and I was taking warm showers and everything else while everybody was in the field. And I want to thank all my fellow soldiers for watching my back because I had yours.
Well, thank you for serving us, my friend. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Absolutely.
You.
And guys and gals, in terms of serving mankind, right now, Erin will let us know who she assigns a historical figure as her ambassador, and she can go anywhere she'd like. The floor is hers.
All right, I got another different one. So a friend of mine sent me a video the other day and was like, "Oh man, why isn't this guy alive anymore?" And it was George Carlin.
Oh yes.
And I know it's kind of a weird choice, but he's so smart.
That's
he's so
great.
intelligent. He's so funny. He doesn't
Great
sugarcoat
choice.
anything. He's got shit to say. So I was like, I'm gonna bring this guy back.
Wow.
I like that. George Carlin is the ambassador, guys and gals.
Great choice.
So George Carlin, yeah, he's gonna definitely get noticed. We know that he has a presence. We know that. I appreciate that, guys. Again, you can join in and play this game as well if you want. Feel free. This was Erin, Corin Nemec, and Ray Mercer for topic number 1. You will let us know, of course, who you're voting for and why. 2 out of 3 move on to round number 3, and then come round number 3. It's the other way around. I'm not a mathematician, but 3 people will be on screen in round 3, and 1 out of 3 will move on to round 4. 33%. If you draw a 4-way match, 1 out of 4 moves on. That's 25%. So the field gets trimmed a bit, but you could see more of these amazing participants here in Corin Nemec, who has his own show with me called The Rabbit Hole. Ray Mercer and I are talking as well. Erin O'Brien. Hey, we got a lot of stuff here besides the tournament. So plus the great body of work that these men and women are a part of. They make me look good, and we appreciate that because at the end of the day, guys, they teach me a thing or two about more than just a thing or two. And speaking of which, let's right now, for 60 seconds, take a look at a couple of the people that we lost that were part of this journey as well. Exercise more first name, Tom. How are you, my friend? I could turn the volume lower if you'd like next time. If you'd like me to do that, Tom, I could do that.
Wow, that was something else. I don't know what I can do now.
Oh, please.
I got nothing. That was terrific, man.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. And
This thing is going to be, a lot of fun for people. I don't think people like this on the air. I don't think really. No, there isn't. I just think it's going to be I'm very interested in how people respond to it. Because I know it's going to be interesting and see if people tune in and stay tuned in. And I really hope they do. And I'm all yours, bro. Let's go out and make this work. All right. I'll talk to you soon.
what a sweet human being that was the night before he went into his coma. Beautiful. Did you feel as if transitioning to the stage and performing live theater was a natural fit for you?
Yes, I did. I always felt very comfortable on stage, more so on stage than I did in film or television.
Thank you for being you, my friend. I appreciate you and respect you wholeheartedly.
And that goes double for me to you, Avi.
Great people, great individuals. Recently lost my father, who passed away recently, and I'll tell you guys a quick story first about John Amos. John Amos, I wrote for him for 3 years, and we never talked about writing. In those 3 years, we talked about life. We talked about civil rights. We talked about how he struggled coming up. We talked about his grandkids, and he was such a dear mentor and friend, the great John Amos. Tom Sizemore had a heart of gold and helped more people than anyone can ever know. And my dad was a giant man in size, but also a giant heart, a kind-hearted man, a quiet man, a funny man, but an honest man. And when he passed away, he knew, and I can't imagine what it's like to sit there in a hospital bed being told you have 2 days left. And when that happened in November and they delivered the news to my dad, he was dealing with mortality the way he always knew, to be quiet, not saying a word, taking it. And when I saw him on that Saturday, they told me he's going to pass away. They said he's going to die tonight. And I told my dad, hey, I'm here with you. He said, you've never missed an episode. I've never seen any of your episodes. He gestured me over with his big fingers, and I leaned over and he said, I've never seen any of your episodes because, as you know, of course, I don't have Wi-Fi, no internet. He was an old-fashioned guy, didn't want to be bothered, didn't want to have a computer. But he said, your mom's right here with me. She's got internet on her phone. If you go to Jersey now and do this show, it was the one that David Justice was on. If you go and do the show live, I'm going to watch it for the first time. And it wasn't so seamless, but I relented, and I went home and did the show, fought back the tears, and he passed away Sunday morning. But with the information I received from my mom, she said she's never seen him smile like that in 15 years, because he said, I'm proud of my son. And I know he could never have told me that in person, but knowing that he told my mom that is just as special. So a little moment of levity, because I think it's the time for it. He did summon me one more time with his big old fingers before I left the room. And I'm thinking to myself, some more pearls of knowledge. I can't wait. So I lean over and he says, give me that water. So beautiful, beautiful stories about people we love and our parents. And I know your parents, wherever they are, and I won't ask, are very proud of you guys because of the human beings that you are and using your platforms to elevate other humans. So thank you for that, guys, for Ray Mercer, Corin Nemec, and Erin O'Brien. Thanks for laughing at my dad jokes. Guys, topic number 2 is before us right now. This is a fun topic over here. This is one that is a philosophical question, and we're going to rotate the order right now. So I want to ask this question first, if I can, to Erin. The question is, what do you know well enough that you would never consider teaching others, and why? What do you know well enough that you would never consider teaching others, and why? Whenever you're ready, my friend, the floor is yours.
All right, this was a hard one. What do I know well enough? I know a decent amount about a few things, but I don't think I know anything well enough to teach it. I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding the question, but...
Well, let me ask you this. Is there something that you know that you feel is yours and only yours? It's private to you. Maybe it's something that you do well, but it doesn't serve other people well. Maybe it's not beneficial for other people, so you wouldn't teach them that. It could be a personality trait. It could be how you react to things. It may not have to be something mechanical. But what is it about you? What is there something you could teach people about, but that you would reserve judgment in doing so?
I could probably teach people about. Huh.
And I'll get back to you on that because you could ponder on that. I'm gonna get. No, that's okay. No, that's fine. I want to go to Ray Mercer right now with that same question. No problem, Erin. Ray, the same question for you, my good friend. Again, what do you know well enough that you would never consider teaching to others, and why, my friend?
Boxing. I know it sounds crazy, but you know, in the boxing industry, a lot of my friends, man, have brain damage, can't talk, have problems getting around, need help doing a lot of things. And it's partially because we have no pension, we have no medicals, we have nothing to help us when our brains get messed up or anything. They don't have anything for these fighters. My friends, some of them, I can't even understand them. You know, you got to text them. Some of them can't talk. I mean, if you've seen it, it's real bad. And until they get us like medicals or pensions or anything like that, man, I don't think I'd want my kids to box. Because of that reason. It's a real bad problem. And, you know, boxers put on a lot of entertainment. It's a lot of money. But they don't use it for the fighters. They use it, they just take from us. They never give back. We don't have anywhere to go for medicals or anything like that. The best organization right now that helps out the boxers the most is the WBC. WBC really, you know, they help us out, and they're like the only ones. There's a lot of people that care about us and care about the people that's in the hospital and have the sisters and everybody take care of them. It's just sad, and I just don't want to see anybody else get messed up without being able to go get get treatment or anything for what they're going through. Man, it's a lot. And so I think the fighters, boxers, they look at us as being not important or anything or not educated or whatnot. But we're human beings just like everybody else, and we need pensions just like every other athlete that's out there, basketball players, football players. We're getting hit in the head just like football players and everything else. We should be getting pensions. We should be getting medicals and everything else. So that's why I would not teach another person to be a fighter, because it's a messed up system for us, and there's no help once you get messed up.
Your ability to connect with people and care about people is something I see through your eyes, man. I just want you to know that. You've got a big heart, man. You've got a really big heart. I don't say this enough, but I'm going to say it now. I really cherish our friendship these last 3 years, man. You've been a really amazing friend, and I want people to know.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate you too, more than anything, man. Really.
You're a gem. You're a gem, and people should know that, because we're talking about ambassador in topic number 1. Well, guys, here's your ambassador, Mr. Ray Mercer, who said that so eloquently and it resonates with everybody, right? Yeah, Corin, he brought up the WBC, and they're developing a financial program that's going to include financial education, retirement savings, certified financial products. At least they're trying to do something. My good friend Eric Dickerson, NFL Hall of Famer, is trying to do the same thing with the NFL right now with the retired players. Yeah. So thanks for raising awareness on that. Without question, yeah. Thank you again, Ray. And guys, I'm going to kick it over to Corin and then Erin. Corin, the same question for you, my friend. What do you know well enough that you would never consider teaching others, and why?
Probably graffiti art. You know, I mean, I started doing graffiti when I was about 10, and then really got into it when I was around 11, and I still paint, not so much illegally, of course, anymore, but you know, the graffiti culture, maybe it's different today, but when I was growing up, it's, you know, you're realistically, you know, it's illegal. When you're painting out on the streets and stuff like that, and that's an element of risk and chance that really I wouldn't, you know, I didn't really promote it to my son. I wanted my son to learn how to paint just for fun, but I didn't really push it a lot because it's a dangerous game, similar to what Ray was saying. Oddly enough, I wouldn't really want to promote it because it's putting your life and future at risk if you're going to go hard as a graffiti artist and get known. And not only that, it's private property or state property or whatever else that you're causing damage to if you don't have permission to paint on it. And as tough as that is for me to say, if there's any graffiti writers out there watching this, they'll be like, "Oh, you sell out." But I it's just I would suggest perhaps finding a different outlet for your artistic endeavors than going down the road of the graffiti artist, because not many make it out of that world too successfully.
Well, I want you to know this, Corin, because there isn't one canvas. This is not writer. I'm just talking to your friend. There isn't one canvas that you've painted on that hasn't inspired us, because it all has. Whether it's the canvas that you use when you're screenwriting, whether it's the canvas that you use when you're storytelling, whether it's the canvas that you did when you were doing graffiti art. The keyword is art. You're an artist, and the way you connect with your art is very humane. I knew, sometimes when you talk to someone for 30 seconds, if you like them, it took me 10 to realize I like Corin Nemec. 10 seconds.
Oh,
That's the truth, man. That's the truth. Maybe 11.
Thanks, bud.
Automatically, guys, I knew I liked this guy because, again, we travel in the same circles, and being in this industry for a long time, I've never been impressed with name recognition. I've been impressed with what people do with their name recognition. And again, give it up to the three of you. You guys do a lot, and I appreciate that. I appreciate how much you appreciate each other. My objective is to make sure strangers walk out as friends. We accomplished that tonight, right? I think.
Yeah,
We sure did.
Absolutely.
We sure did.
I'm happy about that.
I'm honored.
And but Ray and Corin, Erin might have had a strategy. She might have known the answer the whole time and said, "I'll be the last speaker." So when the judges do their judging, they might remember this one last. Erin, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
The closing
when
argument.
you re-asked the question, it hit differently. So I'm glad I got some time to think about it. So thank you. But it's kind of a double-edged sword, but I'm going to say dog rescue. My husband and I are really into rescuing animals, and we're here at the shelter, and it's such a wonderful, fulfilling thing, but it's also so sad. Like, we lost 5 animals this year. We adopted a lot of like the older dogs, the seniors, but we adopted a puppy that we had for 3 weeks and it died of parvo. And this was right after my senior dog I had for 3 years. She was somebody left her tied up to a staircase somewhere. I adopted her in 2020. She was the best. I fell in love with her, and she passed away of old age, which I expected, but it was terrible. So we got this new puppy, and he died 3 weeks later, and it was just like a double sucked. And so that's we love animals, and we will continue to rescue them, but it's just one of those things that it's really hard because when they pass their family. So we lost our bulldog this year. It's tough, and then when we go to the shelter, you fall in love with the dogs, and sometimes they can't assimilate to life, to living, getting along with people and other dogs, and they have to put them down, and it's a lot, but we love animals and we still want people to rescue them, but it's just one of those things that it's going to suck and be great all at the same time.
I appreciate that.
That's beautiful.
It really is. It really is. And the fact that you're bringing up, I'm guilty of saying this, but sometimes I like animals more than I do humans.
Same.
So
I'm like a stay-at-home dog mom when I'm not working.
There you go. Hey, we're wrapped up here. What we're going to do is kick it over to our judges. And of course, they can let us know who they vote for and why. It's cumulative. Top 2 will move on to round number 3. But of course, you guys are always part of this network no matter what. What I'm going to do now is play Corin a 60-second tribute video, then Ray Mercer a video. Erin's going to be here. Corin, Ray, Erin, anything you want to let Corin know before I bid him adieu? Would you like to let Corin know anything before we say goodnight to him?
I do. I want to work together, and Parker Lewis Can't Lose was like my favorite. I love that.
Yes.
Are you saying he can't lose tonight as well, Erin?
Maybe.
Okay. Ray, anything you'd like to tell our good friend Corin?
We'll make it happen.
It was very nice meeting you, man, and you were very knowledgeable about everything.
Yes.
Very.
Everything.
Yes, he is.
I find that amazing, man, and it's nice to meet you, man, and I hope we can always be friends.
Oh,
absolutely, Ray, no doubt. Already done deal.
Ray, would you agree that Corin's brain is like the biggest heavyweight champion of the world?
Yeah, it's like a big sponge.
Dude.
Yeah, it is.
He's got
Take your roses. He does, and he's humble about it. Ray, I'm gonna put you backstage for 1 minute. Then I got a video for you, and then we'll wish you good night as well. So hang out there. Don't sign out just yet, my friend. I'm gonna put you and Erin backstage. Corin, I put this together for you because I'm a mad scientist and I want to do it. So what? I want to honor you guys and gals and pals who are here as a part of this tournament. We want to say thank you to Corin Nemec. Emmys, I think. I did. Oh my God!
My man.
You,
Thanks so
my
much. That's
friend.
too sweet of you, brother.
You deserve that. I'm even letting my hair down. How about that, my friend? Hey, listen.
Don't do that. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Crazy. We're gonna get censored for that. Hey, listen. You're gonna bust the move. You got stuff going on. We're gonna talk. We got our talk show coming up as well.
On another call, but
we're gonna peel back layers and down the rabbit hole. You had a good time, my friend?
I had a great time, brother, as always. Wonderful. Erin and Ray were fantastic, and I really loved chopping it up with them and with you, and always thought-provoking these little twists you give us to you.
You have a great night, my friend. Man. I appreciate you.
You
and
too,
hey,
sir.
I want you to know something in case
brother.
Tomorrow never comes, brother. I really appreciate you. It's quality, not quantity. You're a quality friend, and I thank you for being you, bro.
You as well, my friend.
Have a great evening.
Yeah, brother. God bless, dude.
You too. Corin Nemec. I want to bring in Mr. Ray Mercer as well. Ray, I'm glad. Is it okay if I give Corin your number and we do the whole number exchange?
Of course.
Okay.
Definitely.
Absolutely, my friend. You have inspired people. You inspired kids. That last answer you gave about not being a boxer, I took that deep because that means that you care about people and don't want them to go through what you experienced.
It's right. And what my friends experienced, man, this is not a good thing.
No.
Nobody go through that.
You got a big heart, man, and that's why I put this together for you as well. Hey, man, before I wish you good night, I want you to know something, bro. I think of you first as my friend and a human being before I think of you as one of the greatest boxers of all time, which you are, because our private conversations and correspondence, it's always been positive, and you really do care about human beings, and I care about you, brother.
Thank you, man. Love you, man.
Appreciate you.
And keep up the good work.
You had a nice time tonight?
I had a great time. This is the best time I've had yet.
I will talk to you tomorrow, my good friend, and thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you, my man.
You too.
Thank you.
The great Ray Mercer, guys. I want to bring in Erin O'Brien. Erin, at last sort of minute edition here, so there's no video for you, but I promise you there will be the next time. But it's a great way to talk about what you've done, what you've coming down the pike for just a couple of minutes, because I want our audience to be introduced to your work. The first question I have is the acting bug. Was it something you always had?
Yeah, I was shy, though. I was very shy. I don't know if you could tell. But when I was a kid, I was like ridiculously shy, but we always loved movies in our house. And there was like a great escape. And it's what we did on, Friday, Saturday, go to Blockbuster. But yeah, so I've always loved movies and I always wanted to do it. I just had to it took me some time to psych myself up to get confidence to start taking acting classes. And I grew up.
When did you start taking those classes?
In high school.
High school.
17-ish. Then I got enough confidence to audition for plays, and New York was an hour away, so I would take the bus to New York. And I had a background casting agency, so I was very excited about that.
Stage work, is that something that you're fond of?
I've done a little bit of it. One of the first things I did, I was like 18, was I played Lady Windermere and Lady Windermere's fan in like a local theater. And I did, it's the English accent and it's tons of dialogue. And it was just one of those things that made me feel like I accomplished something pretty cool. And I love doing it. I haven't done a ton of theater and I haven't done it in a long time, but I do love it. And every time I go back home to Jersey, my mom and I go see a play. We go see Broadway, obsessed.
I love it.
It was so nice, and it was so cool meeting everybody, so thank you.
Well, I hope that you and yours have a beautiful night.
That was, man, that was, and I don't remember whose post it was. I think, or Joe's comment said something about, our diversity. And I think tonight proves what I said. Unless we're doing interplanetary recruitment, you can't beat our diversity.
No, I agree with you, Kelly. It's man, we have an amazing Hall of Fame boxer, Olympian, right? And we have an amazing indie storyteller, which was awesome to get introduced to today. I mean, Jazelle, who else do we have on this amazing panel?
The one and only Emmy nominee, Corin Nemec, who I know everybody has been waiting to see return to this tournament in round number 2. I know a lot of people think he's a favorite to win this all. Does that still ring true, Kelly and Howard, after watching tonight's performance?
I don't know. I mean, I got to churn, what I've seen. I got to process it, filter it.
One thing's for sure, guys. It isn't Tuesday night. It's not Thursday night. It's Saturday night, which means the energy is still in the room. Howard, Jazelle, Kelly, they're going to give it to you right now. This is not the end. If you appreciate what we do and you know that it's free per view, stick around because your votes, we need them now in the comment section. 2 out of 3 move on. We can't do it without you. Howard's going to vote. Giselle's going to vote. Kelly's going to vote. And guys and gals and pals, our judges, we got another judge in the back. He's going to vote on screen. But trust you me, there's more to come. There's actually going to be something else on the line tonight. I'll bring it up in a minute. But guys and gals and pals, what's on the line Wednesday night? I'll talk about that. But we also have an outro. We've got a matchup next week. You do not want to go anywhere. And if you want to support us, don't give me $1 for a cup of coffee like other live streamers do. I don't want that. I got plenty of bucks, and I don't drink coffee anyway. What I want you to do is stick around over here and comment. Let your voice be heard until the end of the broadcast. That's what we want. That's what we ask for. Jazelle, Howard, Kelly, take it away. But just know this. You are not the only human being here, Jazelle. And Howard and Kelly, you are not the only brother, because we got the one and only Dakota. Welcome, Dakota.
How you doing, everybody? How's it going? What a show!
Going
what a show!
Did you see all that? Did you catch it all?
every bit of it. I was on my tippy toes the whole entire time. And as a huge, Corin Nemec fan, I am torn now. 3 complete, incredible contestants tonight, and it's going to be a tough one for sure.
Oh,
we've got our first votes coming in. Remember, you are voting for topic 1 and topic 2. Put your votes in for each topic. Phil is voting topic 1, Corin, and topic 2, Ray. Thank you, Phil. Jacques is voting Ray for sure. Jacques Rougeau, is that topic 1 or topic 2? Demon! Topic 1, Erin. Topic 2, Ray. Thank you. Keep those votes coming in if you haven't. Chad is voting for Corin in both of these amazingly awesome topics.
Hey, Willie Wilson's voting for Ray. Which topic, though? Which topic?
1 or 2, buddy? Which one? Power Sport Inc. I vote Corin for topic 1 and 2. He brought up some very profound points. I agree with you.
Okay.
Too much.
Right. Well, I suppose, does this mean we don't have to now? We can sit.
I'm not so sure about that. Billy Wilson voting Ray for both. Thank you. This is a fun one because Erin O'Brien came in bypassing 11th hour straight to round 2.
But what's that mean?
What does that mean, Kelly?
It means, if you didn't know it, she is actually negative 12 votes at the starting line. So she has to get 12 votes to break even. Right now, obviously, Ray and Corin are well ahead. So I'm just throwing that out there. Michaela Skinner set the standard when she did this and advanced. Charlie Haas made lightning strike twice. Will it strike 3 times tonight? Glass coffin remains to be seen, as I say. But if we're going to vote, I'm going to go with the traditional ladies first, Jazelle.
Oh, well, first we have to read Jacques the Mountie Rougeau's a round 3 competitor in this tournament. He watches it every week and is part of the Celebrity Team Challenge. He has clarified his votes for us. Corin for topic 1, Ray for topic 2, but he loves Erin. What more could we ask for?
There you go.
Love it.
This is tough choices.
Dakota, do you want to read this one, buddy?
Absolutely. We got D-Man 33, Erin for topic 1 because George Carlin, right? Ray for topic 2 because the powerful life-focused irony of a boxer reckoning with his whole life mission. What a great vote there. Absolutely true as well. What a great story he had to go along with that. Excellent answer for that topic.
Yeah, that was, pardon the pun, but a hard-hitting answer.
Absolutely.
Love that y'all are putting the reasons why you're voting in here and including that. Eric's got his vote. Howard, Kelly, Dakota, why don't you take that?
All right. Eric says, I vote Corin topic number 1 based on his depth. Yow! Corin topic 2.
Excellent. Well said, Eric.
Wow. Okay. Can we
do that one more time, Kelly?
Oh,
yeah,
Julio.
Yeah.
Grown. I'll grab this one if you guys don't mind. Topic 1. Erin got me once she chose JFK for JFK. I thought that was brilliant as well, Julio. It's like she read my original thought before choosing someone else. Topic 2. It was almost a 3-way tie, but Ray pulled it out with a gut punch. Punch emoji. Bam.
Oh yeah, they got the boxing glove and everything.
Right. I'm liking the use of emojis in this tonight. Very telling.
So fun.
We get the visual, we get the words. Phil,
I
coming in.
There's over 1,000 people watching, so just keep it coming.
Absolutely.
All right, Jazelle. Looks like you're on the hot seat.
Uh-oh. Is it time?
It's time.
It's our turn now. The hard part.
I both love and dread this part.
I hear you.
Oh gosh. Fantastic. And thanks for a huge thanks to Erin for coming in and joining this and jumping right in and diving right in. That takes guts and courage and whew. I love this first topic. It's probably I don't even know if I can say probably. It's definitely one of the more thoughtful ones. It really makes you have to go back and do your research and figure out what's important and who is important and why they're important. And they had such, Jacques, this is just amazing, you judges. Thank you, Jacques. But it wouldn't be amazing without the incredible topics of one, Avi Klein.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. History
Every
topics for
week.
sure. How they've developed their reasons for choosing these people. Oh, Power Shore, this brought me so much joy tonight. I'm so glad you were with us for the whole night and it brought you joy. Hey, spread that joy by telling your friends and family to like, comment, and subscribe to our channel right here, the one you are on currently, www.youtube.com/@the-new-network. That is new with a K. That is how we can spread the joy and keep this thing going.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The engine that could.
Is it time? Do I have to say?
Okay. Can't wait any longer.
Topic 1, for the sheer amount of detail that he had for each pick and each person, and really how smoothly it flowed, I am giving my vote to Corin Nemec. And for topic 2, my vote is going to Ray Mercer because he still loves his profession. He still loves this thing he's so passionate about. And here we have a vote from Bethany. Corin, topic 1, so in depth with spiritually, I was completely on his level. Ray, topic 2, just beyond an amazing history on this man. Thank you for voting, Bethany. Awesome. If you haven't voted yet, get those in the comment section right now, just like Bethany did. But yes, topic 2, I am also voting for Ray. His passion for his profession, for this thing that he loves so much and still can't get out of his soul, but recognizes the realities and the hardships and doesn't want other people to have to endure that, to have to go through what he did. And he wants people to box, but until it's fixed, he doesn't want them to box professionally. I think it was a really smart answer to this question. It showed what he cared about, why he cared about it, but really what he cares about the most. So topic 2, Ray Mercer.
Can I ask you, Jazelle, did you have any particular, how do I want to say it, categories or things you really wanted to see them hit to generate your votes?
Well, merci, Jacques. I like hearing their choices. I like when they can back them up with solid research, solid facts. It's when it's not conjecture, when they're showing their passion. It's really very much a combination of things, and sometimes the criteria does depend on the topic. So definitely for the first one, they had to answer all 3 questions. They had to answer all 3 parts. They had to choose somebody and say why. Like Erin's choice of JFK to solve JFK's assassination is actually brilliant.
Broke the
I
code.
love it. I thought that was a really great way to go, because why not bring the person back who went through it? What led up to it? What were they thinking? What did they know about? Who knows what kind of light could be shed on that kind of topic if you can talk to the person the event actually happened to. So I thought that was a really great pick on her part. But yeah, from week to week, sometimes it depends on the topic. A lot of times they're the same. We're looking for clarity. We're looking for cohesion. We're looking for explanations that make sense.
Okay. No, I like that. I like that.
Yeah. A lot of times it's about depth, and do you answer the whole question? What do you look for, Kelly?
Excellent question. I look for a lot of the same things. I look, because the folks on Saturday night get their topics ahead of time. They have some prep time. So I kind of look at, did they use that time? Did they use it wisely? Did they actually prepare? Did they show up prepared? Is there some depth?
Mm-hmm.
Are there some actual facts? One of the big ones for me, though, is did they stay on topic?
Yes.
And any kind of personalization. I think if you can personalize it, bring it home, that's just something that says what you're talking about. Because just reading it often from an encyclopedia online or elsewise doesn't do the same as having personal experience with it, even if it's rather tenuous. So that's kind of what I look for. Dakota, do you got anything?
I agree with that. I personally like a little bit of creativity. Go off topic within that same question. I think is very inspiring. It's thinking on your toes. How far and how deep can you get with this topic? While, like I said, staying on that one topic and just really, really opening up your answer and letting everybody from every perspective see different ways into this answer and why they chose it. I think a little creativity goes a long way.
I like that.
Well, did you see any creativity tonight? And who are you voting for?
So much. Oh, it's my turn now. Oh, I don't like this part.
Gotta be unbiased, Dakota. I'm biased.
All right. Listen, I'm going to be very open-minded about all this. I came in really, really leaning on one side of the fence, and just like I thought was going to happen, every one of these competitors have just blown me away tonight with these answers, with how in-depth they go, how personal they get, and just having some fun all along the way. The first topic, oh man, Ray with John Hardy, Ronald Reagan. I mean, these are some strong choices, really, really in depth of why he chose these people, and I agreed on a lot of those. Corin Nemec with the Buddha and the breakdown of Buddha and Christianity. Just like I said, taking that creativity and really going in depth of why he chose these people is just excellent. And then Erin, like you said earlier, choosing JFK. You broke the code to the question. Yeah, that is a surefire way to get the answer we want. Let's ask the guy that it happened to. Really breaking down walls here. I love that. I love how much fun she had with it, and all of the rest of her picks were really, really strong. But for the topic number one, my vote has to go with Corin Nemec. He got so in depth. He was so passionate, very, very deep, and he went into detail. And just his way with words just went on again, and just a outstanding answer and a really, really, really thought out breakdown. I love that. For the second topic, a lot of fun answers. Again, I do agree with you on Ray's answer. The boxing, he got very personal. You can tell this is a man that's just watching out for so many others, and nobody's told him to, made him. He does this out of the kindness of his heart and the passion that he has for just taking care of others and helping others in need, and that is amazing. And then I also love Corin's answer, the graffiti art. How fun. You take this on a whole nother side, and just having a lot of fun and a lot of great reasons why he chose that. And then we come back to Erin with her thought out answer of the dog rescue. And me personally, being a son of a pet groomer and a vet tech, and having all of we found another one. You can't just leave him there. We got to bring him home. A big heart for animals and what they do and what she does there. And that for that answer really, really touched me. And I thank her so much for what she does for those animals. And the description and what she went into for why she chose that was so touching. It just so hitting. It was very, very good. Topic 2, my vote goes to Erin.
Great. Thank you, Dakota. That's awesome.
Very
Howard,
welcome.
Kelly?
Who's next?
I'll jump in there, my friends.
Take it away, Howard.
Again, great topics, Mr. Klein. You could go to so many different directions and rabbit holes, which was a phrase used many times today. So
I wonder why.
Oh,
no,
It doesn't have anything to do with his show or anything.
It's a good show.
yeah, perhaps. An amazing chemistry Corin and Avi always have on screen. Was just
Absolutely.
Yeah, that first topic, I love how Ray mentioning Reagan, and how he talked about Reagan being able to tear down the wall, and how he gave the armed forces raises during that time as well, which was very, very awesome and interesting. In terms of criteria, I didn't get into this. So when I learn new information, I love when I'm informed by something that I never knew. For example, I did not know that fact about what Reagan did with the military. Clarity, how clear they are, and it's always a tie between depth and personalization for me.
We have a question here from Jacques. Is it not possible to make all three pass? Jacques, this is round number 2, and we are going to see an elimination this very evening.
Oh my God!
You know the rules, brother.
People in round 3. You're in round 3. You want more people there?
Yeah, I mean, kudos to Avi though for that question coming up every time we vote.
But ultimately, for topic 1, I mean, Corin, you talked about Garrison. You talked about the Buddha and the similarities between Christianity and Buddhism and Taoism. That got me. I'm all about that. So yes, my vote for topic number 1 goes to Corin. And then topic 2, Ray just got me, man. Spoke from the heart. Again, I learned new information. I did not know the WBC has been making strides to really help boxers as well, which is awesome.
Yes.
But man, just boom, he spoke from the heart. And I think safe to say, I think everyone resonated with that. I vote for Ray for my second topic, but Erin also did amazing. And wow, so all 3 powerhouses. Whew.
All right. I guess it's down to me, huh? Okay. Wow. Topic 1 was, I don't know, it was difficult. I found it, there were so many different directions. I'm going to start with Erin. She came out quick with, Max Gerson on the Alzheimer's, had some, had some good background on that, some good reason. Carlin for ambassador. I'm a huge Carlin fan. But I'm trying to think with his sense of humor, how's that going to get over per se? Because that's, an ambassador is, that's the ultimate diplomat. That's getting over. The JFK, though, that is both a preponderance, a paradox, and a stroke of genius all in one. And, at first I was like, it just didn't strike me how much depth there was to that simple of an answer in that situation. So I did love it. Dakota, like you said right there, that's the gold star for creativity for me tonight. Looking at Corin, man, Corin is Corin. Okay. He does the research. He digs deep. We have Sam Hanneman, the whole holistic medicine thing. He took us in a big round circle with that. Siddhartha, I don't think I've heard that name since elementary school, to be honest. We didn't spend a lot of time on Buddhism in good old West Virginia, but I do remember the concept. And again, a great roundabout on, Siddhartha and, the Buddhist philosophy and how it applies. And Jim Garrison, I was not familiar with this. I'm not a big JFK, delver, but wow, especially, what some of the stuff Avi threw in, it made a lot of sense. It really did. And then, Ray got to go first. I think it was obvious Ray took a little coaching, but I think Ray explained that in topic 2, why he took a little coaching. I can definitely sympathize with that. The thing is with Ray's answers, though, he didn't go into a lot of depth, but I think the way he gave his answers, they spoke for themselves. Now, for the Alzheimer curing that, the John Hardy, he did give us some detail on that. That was news to me, but it made absolute perfect sense. Reagan as the ambassador. Okay, not everybody's cup of tea. A lot of you guys weren't there when, he got. But But the dude was known as an orator. He could talk. He was persuasive. To me, that's ambassador in a basket. And then Jack Smith investigating the whole JFK. Again, that was just like, here's your best guy. So I got to say, honestly, Corin did a lot of stuff, but to me, he got off topic. He was talking too much about the philosophies instead of why these people would be best for the job. So I'm actually giving my round one vote or topic one vote to Ray.
All right.
And even though I like to buck the tiger, with my background, seeing Ray deliver that, I can't go anywhere but Ray for topic two. So Ray's my votes. He takes topic 1 and 2 from me.
Well, guys and gals, Howard is a musician, so he's going to give us a bit of a drum roll. We're all going to do a little drum roll right now. I have tallied everything in the comment section. I've tallied your votes, the judges' votes as well. Howard, Mr. Kelly White, Dakota, Jazelle, all of them on screen here voting. Right now, we're going to find out who advances to the next round, guys and gals. I promised you 2. Only 2 will advance. Let's make it official. I don't know why that drum stopped rolling. I haven't stopped rolling.
Roll it, Howard.
Keep it rolling right now and find out who moves on to the next round, guys, gals, and pals.
Gotta be.
They're all watching right now, all 3 of them. Round of applause for Corin Nemec, Tom Bolkin.
Yeah. Go ahead. Keeping it going.
One more. Who advances? Who is it?
Oh man.
Ray is moving on.
Final box is running the good board.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Mercer. Guys and gals and pals.
Awesome.
Mercer. Moving on to the next round. Hey, give it up for Erin O'Brien. God almighty.
Absolutely.
Become an incredible friend. Really insightful person. Does so much for those less fortunate who are not only human beings. We're talking, of course, about not just rescue dogs, but animals across the board. Hey, it's it, guys. This has been one hell of a night. We're not done. We still need your comments because the outro is coming up, guys and gals.
Oh, yeah.
Is it not? Is it not? And I also want to remind everyone else is coming up Wednesday nights. If you haven't been around, then you've been missing out on all the action that takes place every Wednesday night. Dakota can vouch for that, right, Dakota? The Black Box.
Absolutely.
That's where it's at. It's the Wild West of TKN. If you don't know what that is, tune in 8 p.m. Eastern time on this YouTube channel. You will see exactly what we're doing here on Wednesday nights, every Wednesday night. We got the team challenge where TKN hosts are aligned with TKN celebrities. They're tackling topics on the spot. But the last month or so, there's been a different tournament. I call it the 5-Pack Challenge, which highlights our TKN hosts in this tournament were Joe Rositano, Miranda, Phil Justin, Howard Collado, Jazelle, and recently this past Wednesday, the inclusion of one Kelly White and Pete Sharpie. I implore everybody, watch this thing. It's down to the finals right now. It's down to Howard Collado. It's down to Kelly White on Wednesday night. They're going to have a matchup October 1st, Wednesday, October 1st. It's a different tournament. Wednesday night is a different tournament. And in this 5-Pack Challenge, featuring only TKN hosts, it's down to Howard Collado and one Kelly J. White. That'll go down on October 1st. Are you guys pumped up for that?
Absolutely.
I love
Howard, I mean, look, you got a little something on your face there. I don't know what. You're in the finals with Kelly White. Kelly.
Damn.
Kelly doesn't look perplexed. Kelly, I mean, you got Howard Collado. You guys go back. This is a whole thing. We had different mini tournaments on Wednesday nights before. You and Howard had a matchup that never really ended, a series that never ended. How apropos that now Kelly White and Howard Collado are going to be facing each other. Jazelle just got eliminated. I could see that she's still wearing it on her face. Not something she's pleased with. So it's down to Howard. It's down to Kelly.
I'll be with that. There's something I'd like to say to Howard if I could have a
absolutely.
Have the
Mr.
screen.
Rougeau, Mr. Rougeau, good night, Jacques. You want to have a word with Howard?
Yeah, I'd like to.
All right, guys. Again, Howard Collado, Kelly J. White, Jazelle, Dakota, Phil, Joe, Miranda, Pete, every single one of our TKN hosts. They're part of the tournament, TKN Celebrity Tournament as well, but they're also part of this thing we're doing on Wednesday night. Of course, the Black Box, they give you so much. They're storytellers. They are hosts. They have range. And right now, guys and gals and pals, Howard Collado and Kelly White are going to have a conversation. In my opinion, a prediction or a spoiler, it's going to be about their October 1st matchup coming up in a couple of Wednesdays. So, Dakota, let's go backstage with Jazelle. Let's sit back and see what they got to say. We can comment backstage if you want to. So Jazelle's going to go backstage. Mr. Dakota's going to go backstage. And, of course, I will go backstage. All right, I'm intrigued to hear what you guys have to say.
Yeah, what's going on?
Howard, first thing I want to do, because I've been giving this some thought, and this, I want to apologize. I know some point Wednesday, I can't remember if it was during the show or after, you know, I'd said something about the last time we'd met and you'd won, that, you know, your guitar, your guitar gimmick, I said, is, you know, kind of what did it. And I said, hey, you know, I couldn't pull a wrestling ring out, you know, in my little space, but I've been thinking about that. And if I had a wrestling ring, I'd have probably done the same thing. It was the smart, strategic thing to do. It's your comfort zone. You know, you live in music. You know, I've lived 30 years in the ring, and to shame that strategy by simply calling it a gimmick has been immature of me. So I wholeheartedly apologize for that. And I wanted to, you know, I've kind of taken stock because, you know, I've had to take some lumps myself. But I've got to look at where you are right now and what you've accomplished. Because in this 5-pack challenge, you outlasted Joe Resart, you outlasted Miranda, you outlasted Phil Justin. And one of the toughest competitors here, because I faced her in several situations, you outlasted Jazelle. You have 100% fully earned your spot sitting here. No gimmicks, no bullshit. And with that, I want to say that I actually take pride in being able to face you again, because you are indeed an extremely worthy opponent. And if we were in the same room, I would shake your hand, brother. So that's what I've wanted to say to you.
Wow. I didn't expect that, Kelly. That means a lot, you know, coming from you. You know, yes, you know, you've seen it. There's, you know, that bravado that could come in, you know, because look, the way I look at it, Kelly, I mean, look, you're an intelligent guy, you know, you are an amazing father. You know, you love, you know, your children, you love your wife, you're a family man. Man, you had an amazing, you know, professional independent wrestling career, you know, for 30 plus years, you know, and that, I know that's not easy. I mean, I can only imagine the wear and tear on your body, but you showed up and you were there those audience members, you know, just like you are there for your family every day, right? How are you there? You're also a professional, working individual, right? Successful. God, I see your amazing videos on Facebook. You know, every time you make a sale, and that's like, I envy that. You know, that's.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's, look, I'm not going to go deep, but anytime I see an older male individual, right, somewhere in the back of my mind, I'm taking notes, you know, because it's, you know, it's something, whatever. I just never grew up with much. I'm not going to go down that road. I always say this to Avi as well. You know, it's something that I always admire, you know.
I appreciate that, Howard. I really do. It means a lot.
Yeah. but I gotta ask you a question. Kelly, it leads me to this question. Who did you beat?
Who did I beat? Wait.
Who did you beat to get into the 5-pack challenge finals?
Howard, it was on Wednesday's show. Pete and I, you know, got the last minute invites. I went against Pete and beat him. You were there. But I'm not really getting your question, bud.
And that's it. You just waltz right in. You understand that I am here every Wednesday night, busting my ass every freaking Wednesday night. All right? Working hard. Behind the scenes, in front of the camera. Blood, sweat, tears. None of it done perfectly. Because God knows I have my fuck ups and I fall flat on my face sometimes, but you know what? I show up regardless. And you just walk right in. You just walk right in. You think that is cool? So yes, I ask you a question, Kelly. Who did you beat?
Howard. I mean,
don't Howard me nothing. Okay? Who did I beat? Oh, you said it. All right. I beat Jazelle. All right. I beat Joe. I beat Phil. But who beat?
Nobody's taking that away from you, man. I mean, obviously there was, you know, we talked to Avi, there was some oversight. It should have been a 7-pack challenge. I mean, are not Pete and I TKN hosts too? I wasn't invited to begin with, and I finally was like, hey, you know, I made time to be on the show. I guess Pete did. It's not like we planned it. And we went to Avi and said we want in, and this is what Avi came up with.
Oh yeah.
So,
yeah, you couldn't really respect the fact that I was here and that I was dominating and that I was this close to the prize. Open up, you have to just come in and you have to just waltz right in and ask Avi, oh, Avi, can I get a chance, please? Oh, can I get a chance? Oh, of course, because you're the great King Kelly. Everyone has to bow down to the great King Kelly. How about me? Huh? How about me?
What, do you want people to bow down to you? Is that what you're looking for? Looking for a little grandizement? Is that what you need in your psyche all of a sudden?
No,
so I didn't make the damn rules, Howard. I came, and the only thing you get without asking is a definite no. So I thought there was a maybe, so I asked. I got in.
You know what you
okay?
Are? You know what you are these days, Kelly?
What am I, Howard? What am I these days?
You're an afterthought, Kelly. That's what you are.
Really?
These days. Yeah, you're an afterthought.
To you? To who? To who?
Oh, to everybody.
To everybody. Okay.
Yeah, why do you think you weren't invited? Huh? Because you were probably an afterthought. You were an afterthought, Kelly, and let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. That little kingdom, that little crown, that little green screen throne you have behind you, yeah, it's crumbling. It's crumbling, Kelly. Because you know what? You can't show up here every Wednesday, but I do. All right? And I put in the blood and I put in the sacrifice. Oh, but no. King Kelly, it kills you. It kills you. You are an afterthought. And no one really talks about the... Oh,
I'm the afterthought because, instead of having to, slog through the swamp to get anywhere, I've created a situation where I walk in and say, give me my due, and it happens. Because I'm not an afterthought, I'm the guy. Okay? What's your record? What's your record on Wednesday nights in total?
What's my record? You want to know
how many wins do you got? How many wins do you have total?
4-0. Okay.
Yeah, well, 4-0 on Wednesday. No, there's no O. Because you have a big, long, I'm talking, let's go back a little ways. Let's go back to when all this stuff started, because I was the first one in here, me and Joe Risitano, wrestling for one damn point, way back when. And I know you've been there because you're every damn Wednesday night. But all I kept seeing was Howard whining and losing week after effing week. And you finally got your crap in one bag and actually slithered by 4 whole people. And now you're freaking out because with my record of 50 plus wins and my reputation, I'm able to come in and go, hey, give me a piece of the action. Because now I got a piece of the action. I come in here offering a damned olive branch, and all you can do is run off at the damn nut.
That was nothing more than bullying tactics. You were practically shaking down my best friend who was live on TV. All right,
what friend? Oh yeah, let's see. Let's reminisce about this. Is the guy you stabbed in the back.
Okay, and hey,
because you're so damn stupid, JW rattled your freaking cage, and you put his damn tournament life on the flipping line because you're bullshit, Howard.
Okay.
Stick to freaking English, or I'll switch to German.
Hi, hey, Howard, cool it. 2 seconds. Not literally, because I know how your mind works. Chill. Kelly's the king of the black box. We didn't give him that name. Someone gave him that name. Our engine members. The people who make this thing go. Those people, the ones we love every week, the ones who have great comments and give us their whys and give us their reasonings and are intelligent and thoughtful and enjoy what we do. Those people dubbed Kelly king of the black box because of his win record. Now, he may have started this whole thing and kicked this whole thing off with Joe. But let's not forget who made it to round 3 first because of the black box. Oh, you don't like that, do you? And you're so happy you won on Wednesday. But did you really? Do you think you really won on Wednesday when there are like 5 people watching as opposed to tonight when there are like 1,000?
Okay, let's just.
Do you really think you won? Did you hear yourself on Wednesday? You couldn't even answer the question. Okay, you didn't even describe why happiness and contentment.
Are you serious?
Why it could never. Why it is always elusive. You couldn't even describe that.
Go back.
And I come in with barriers.
All right.
To why peace and unity are elusive.
Yeah, well.
You can't even answer questions fully. You get by. I disagree with Kelly. I think your guitar is a gimmick. I remember this match very well, and I am not going back on my word on this one because it didn't add anything to your answer.
That. What do you? Okay, look. Let's be 100 here, right? Let's be 100. All right. Now, Jazelle, I'll give you this. You challenge me all the time. You're smart. You're intelligent. Everyone could say it here. Anytime they go up against Jazelle, I know they're shaking in their boots, so to speak. Okay? Right? Because you are able to put thoughts together and put it clear and be able to deliver that with accuracy. So I give you that. But you asking me?
Mm-hmm.
I won?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck yeah, I won! Yes, I won! Damn right I won!
Feel after, Howard. Did it feel good? Did it feel good? Did it feel
Damn
good?
right it did.
Did it feel good to really win? Did it feel good to win knowing you didn't actually answer the question?
Did it feel good? Yes.
To win knowing you didn't answer the question. Listen to my whole question. This is your problem. Oh, speechless. Kelly, look, he's speechless. He's speechless.
See that?
He's speechless. What is he going to do about that?
To answer your
He doesn't actually have an answer to my question because he knows in his heart. He knows.
He's always talking about his heart, so yeah.
He is always talking about his heart. You picked up on that too, huh? Yeah.
You know what I know? That I beat you and I beat you, Kelly. And you know who else knows that? The people who voted for me who are watching right now.
Let me Kelly, because as far as I know, you still have another match in that little tournament.
We talked about the engine. You brought up the engine, Jazelle.
I did.
You know who voted for me? The engine voted for me. But you know they didn't vote for you. You know why? Because that is what happens when you are live, Jazelle. And we all know it, okay? So who voted for me? The engine. And did I win? Yeah, I won. I won.
Are you sure? Kelly, what are you seeing right now?
It's a little indecision, some fear, some, I don't know, Weasley, slimy.
Yeah, no, I'm sure.
BS.
You're not acting like it.
I'm sure. I'm seeing a lot. I'm seeing a lot over here, and I can't say I'm surprised. I can't say I'm surprised. Now, is there an objective to all this here? Because last I checked, Howard and Kelly White are going to go at it October 1st. And Howard, you were mistaken about one thing. Maybe more than just one. You called Kelly King of the Black Box, right? I think you forget what he's done in the history of that show. And as a result, everything that's come his way might propel him to the top of this very tournament. It may not just be the king of one night when it's all said and done. He might have 2 nights, Howard Collado. 2 nights to offer. Because this tournament takes place on Saturday nights. This is TKN Saturday night. And come round 3, I don't know if anybody wants to face Kelly White. Come round 3, I don't know if many people want to face Jazelle. But I forgot though. You're still in that. You're in that second round. So am I. I mean, you're still right. There's JW, and now there's Kelly and
JW.
Jazelle, what do you propose? Because there's a lot of hostility tonight. I can tell. Obviously, you faced Howard, and Howard came up on the winning end on Wednesday. But you seem like you aren't quite over what happened on Wednesday night.
Oh, no, I'm not. I am absolutely not. I know I explained everything very well. I had sources. I had reasons. Solid reasons.
Yeah.
I had substance. You had conjecture. You disagree? You disagree.
I had passion.
Explain.
I had clarity, and I spoke from the heart. Ooh.
So again,
spoke from the heart.
At the
That's all you
11th
ever
hour
say.
of the evening over here, what do you suggest we do? Because I don't want to leave things as they stand now. I'm thinking of a fun little rematch between Howard and Jazelle. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Jazelle and Howard Collado, since obviously Howard Collado is in a feisty kind of a mood, and Giselle's bringing up some pretty valid points.
Why not have?
Oh, he's scared. He's shaking his head already. He doesn't want this.
to have a little
Scared.
rematch here, guys. Of course, Kelly takes on Howard October 1st. What do you think of that, Kelly?
Well, I think that's a damn good idea because you mentioned objective earlier.
Yeah.
My objective was to come on here after doing some serious thought, give Howard his due so that on October 1st, we could start off with a gentleman's match and let water under the bridge keep flowing. But
right,
everybody's seen how that reaction happened.
Indeed.
So I think this is a great idea, but Avi, let me ask you this. Okay. Since Howard doesn't think I'm around enough or beat enough people, can I get in on this tonight?
Of course. Of course.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, listen, guys. Oh. In the words of Don King, right? Save it for the ring. Mr. Don King would always sing. Kelly White and Howard Collado are going to have their match officially on October 1st. But nothing wrong with a three-way match. Right? There's nothing wrong with a nice exhibition, right? There's
no.
Except, you know
I don't think so, but Howard's looking scared.
Yeah, except here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. Well, here's what I'm thinking. I don't think I want to make this an exhibition match, Howard. You know, you're right about one thing. We just celebrated 5 years at TKN. You know, 5 years. Iron sharpens iron, and you have to challenge yourself, and you got to get outside that comfort zone to get better. We talk about that all the time. Howard, how many people did you best in this 5-pack challenge?
4. Joe, Miranda,
Phil, Jazelle.
And Jazelle.
Well, you know what? How about this, guys? I just thought of it. This three-way matchup will happen right now. One topic. Winner will, of course, have some bragging rights, but let's add a little more incentive. Guys, if Howard wins tonight, he starts +5 against Kelly. Big prize in that matchup. Ooh. Howard loses tonight. Giselle takes his spot. She faces Kelly White on October 1st. Howard,
wow.
This is how we thrive and survive. We get better, Howard. We get better. We get better.
Oh.
This change every minute, man. This is TKN. This is.
You better strap in.
Can't be a geek off the street, Howard. This is how it works. And Mr. Kelly White. If Kelly White wins, he gets 5 points. So there we go. 5 points. Why not? A little bit of a head start. Guys and gals and pals, one topic. Let's bring in Phil Justin right now on screen. He'll be judging with Dakota. Dakota, my friend. Guys, I want to bring this up. Dakota, straight from the South. He's got a segment coming up real soon. You're going to be seeing video footage of that coming up probably as early as next week. Stick around for that. Can't wait to line up some guests for Dakota who are also straight from the South. It's going to be a fun conversation with the one and only Dakota. Mr. Charisma. Love this guy. Got a great heart. But Dakota, are you ready to judge this thing? Dakota, how do you feel about an impromptu match between Giselle, Kelly, and Howard? How about that?
I loved it already. Throwing Kelly in the mix, this is going to be so exciting. It's going to be a fun one to judge for sure. Howard, you better strap those boots on, buddy. This one's for all the marbles right here.
Yeah. It really is, because he might get out of that. He might not be in that spot. He might not be on with Kelly. Wait, is it Kelly? Is it? No, hold on. Let me do the math. Is he on with Kelly this Wednesday? Hold on. Let me look at some paperwork. Some flyer. No, he's on with October. I have to double check. He's on October 1st with Kelly White. But hey, it may not happen. It may not. Giselle may take his spot. Are you ready for that? Phil, are you ready for this match, Phil?
This is awesome. I love it.
All right. One topic. I'm going to read this right now. This might scare you, but it shouldn't. Trust me. I want to go real geeky right now.
Yes.
For a moment, I want to talk about thermodynamics, if you don't mind.
No, what?
No, I understand. I do want to talk about that because the second law of thermodynamics explains that there's a disorder in a system that always increases over time, and it makes it impossible for us as human beings to reverse the process of events. Studied this on my own for about 20 years. We can't reverse the process of events, no matter what. The question I have is, can we achieve enlightenment by ridding ourselves of a memory we wish we never had? What if we could wish away something that we regret having knowledge of? What if we could wish away something you wish you never knew? That's my question for you guys. What if you can wish away something you wish you never knew? What would that be? Knowledge is progress. Knowledge is power. But in this particular question that I pose, what if you could wish away something that you regret having knowledge of? Wishing away something you wish you never knew. I wonder what answers we're going to get. Guys, who's going to resonate with you? We need you more than ever in the comment section. You're going to be voting high stakes right now. Change the rules. Why not? Howard, pick a number from 1 to 10.
5.
No, Jazelle.
8.
No, Kelly.
3.
No, Howard.
7.
No, Jazelle.
2.
It is 2. Jazelle is going to pick the order from 1 to 3 any way she sees fit. So, Jazelle? Guys and gals, we're at the 2 hour 58-minute mark. Hang out with us. This is going to be a very, very lightning round type topic. Jazelle, you got to give us the order right now. You got to give us the order right now. Or I'm going to give it to Howard.
Go first, Jazelle. You got it. Go first.
Jazelle, who's going first?
Who's boss?
Kelly.
Kelly's
And
first,
then
who's second?
Howard, and then myself.
So we got Kelly, Howard, and okay, Dakota and Phil, you guys are ready to vote.
Yeah.
We're not going to really delve too deeply into criteria. We know what our criteria is. Phil and Dakota, you'll vote as briefly as you possibly can. We're near the 3 hour mark. We got an outro. We're going to show you who's on next Saturday. But let's put Phil backstage. He's ready to vote. He's going to take his notes. He's reaching for his notepad. Dakota's ready to go. So am I. You can rebut each other one time and one time only. Okay? Which means when the person is presenting. In this case, I believe you said who's going first?
Kelly.
Kelly. That means Jazelle and Howard can rebut Kelly one time and one time only when he's speaking. I'll put this up here, right here. This is their topic. Less is more, guys and gals and pals. Again, give you a chance to read this thing. I want to read it out loud one more time, and then I'll play it on the scrolling ticker. Can we achieve enlightenment by ridding ourselves of a memory we wish we never had? What if we could wish away something we regret having knowledge of? Wish away something you wish you never knew. Wish away something you wish you never knew. Guys and gals and pals, Kelly's going to take the floor whenever he's ready. I'm going to count it down. Kelly, the floor is yours in a 3, in a 2, in a...
Okay, so very interesting topic. Can we achieve enlightenment by wishing away something that we know that we wish we didn't? Knowledge comes in many forms. My answer to this is simply no, but here's why. Enlightenment has to be a full acceptance of the truth. Not mere facts, not mere information, but the truth. And there are many truths that each of us do not wish to know, but we do. They haunt us, things that we have personally done, that we look back on 5 months, 5 years, 50 years, and we remember that time we weren't a good person. Maybe we were even a horrible person. Maybe we caused some harm to somebody else, maybe somebody we loved at the time. Maybe, you hear the horror stories that, I had a big fight with my mom and she drove off and died in a car accident. That's pretty dang horrible. How much easier would your life be if you could just wave that away about that big fight and it just simply became, my mom died in a car accident? That's rough enough without feeling the guilt and everything associated with that. But enlightenment it kind of goes beyond what most people, myself included, have any chance of experiencing. It's considered a near cosmic ascendance to where you see the truth, you know the truth, you can harmonize with the truth and everything around. But to do that, it has to be all truth, good, bad, and ugly. For myself, if I did choose to erase a memory that I have, I've got a couple that pretty bad, but I'm going to go with the death of my grandmother. I was 6, I think, 6 or 7, and had been visiting Grandma and Grandpa, staying over a couple of weeks, and in the middle of the night, Grandma went into cardiac arrest. And, you know, my granddad woke up yelling for help, and my mom was there. And, you know, it was really chaotic. So we had to, you know, talking about old times, we had to make sure nobody else was on the party line to try to call the ambulance. And we were, you know, way out of town. And then somebody had to go down to the end of the road, keep flashing the car lights on or off. So because you didn't have 911 addresses or even good addresses out in the country. And I don't remember who did what. I just remember, you know, I stayed at the house and the ambulance showed up. And, you know, they had my grandma, they got her off the bed on the gurney, you know, and my grandparents slept in the nud, as it was called at the time, meaning no pajamas or anything. And, you know, the little kid seeing my grandmother in this state turning blue, the ambulance is working on her, and they needed some type of weird pillow. Well, you know, hey, here's a, you know, pretty scrambly looking little kid, go out to the ambulance and get this pillow. So I, you know, go run out the ambulance. I'm looking for this thing they described, and, you know, I just see a regular pillow, and I bring it back, and the ambulance guy, no, you know, he was doing his best, you know, and I brought the wrong thing, and he snapped and, you know, said a few things I don't remember exactly, but, you know, to go back and get it, I got it and brought it back. But she didn't make it. She died there. Before they got her in the ambulance, even, you know, I watched her lips turn blue and all that, and my granddad breaking down on my mom. I, you know, didn't know what to make of it, but, you know, it'd been a lot simpler to just know, hey, your grandma passed away in her sleep. Because for, I don't know how many years, I personally felt this guilt for, pardon the phrase, fucking up getting the wrong pillow, that my grandmother literally haunted my dreams. I had this weird ass dream that there were these pieces of cloth tied together and that they would fly around my bedroom at night. And it was my grandmother yelling and screaming at me because I let her die. So yeah, if I could, you know, pry that out of my memory and just know that my grandmother passed peacefully in her sleep, I would, but I honestly believe if I ever have any chance of enlightening, that is something I have to make peace with, and that enlightenment only embraces the truth, not the false crying out of memories.
Kelly, what was her name?
Everybody called her Tilly. Her name was Matilda.
You called her Grandma Matilda or Grandma Tilly?
Just Grandma. She was just Grandma. Yeah.
Well, I think you brought her back here tonight. So if she ever missed planet Earth, God knows she missed it because of you, and you just brought her right back, right next to you, man. That's from the heart. That's from one brother to another. I know another part of you, and there's another piece of you that means a lot to me because of that story, bro. So to know you is to love you, brother, to appreciate you. So appreciate that story.
Thank you.
Rest in peace, Matilda, for sure. Guys and gals, you might be wondering, if you're new, how do you vote on something like this? It's who resonates most with you. Who resonates most with you? Which story resonated with you? You know, we're not, by voting for someone, you're not saying that the others weren't satisfactory. You're not saying that they weren't up to par. You're simply saying that one resonated with you more than anybody else. And we do need you in the comment section. We do need you. This is the celebrity tournament, right? Sport of the mind. Sent for the soul. Should Howard lose this one to Jazelle? Giselle's top vote getter. There's only one person who's going to win. So if Jazelle receives more votes than anyone, Howard will be out of that match on October 1st, replaced by Jazelle. If Kelly or Howard win, match will be as is. Nothing will change. Right now, guys and gals and pals, speaking of Howard Collado, he's going to tackle this same topic. I've already read it. We're at 3 hours and 7 minutes, so I will not pull a clock, but I will ask the participants to be mindful of the time. Okay, Howard, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay. First off, thank you, Kelly, for sharing that. Appreciate that. Now the question is, can we achieve enlightenment? And I will start my argument by defining for myself what is enlightenment. I think part of what enlightenment is for me is being able to live with all your truths, whether they're truths of light, dark truths, and just
Jazelle, the floor is yours.
This sounds exactly like what Kelly just said. So I think you're parroting what Kelly said, and this is not a true and real definition of from yourself.
I was going to try and dig a bit more deep with my definition, Jazelle. So again, for me, yes, part of enlightenment for me is being able to look at your truths, but even more so, it's being able to transcend and realize your potential, your true potential, why you were put on this earth as well, aligning with that. And I'll share this story of a memory. And I've never, I don't think, ever spoken this candidly or frankly about this, but I'm going to go ahead and jump off. So when I was 17, I did not jump right into college. I took some time off, just trying to figure some things out for myself, trying to figure out life. And there was a lot of long nights, just staying up late, maybe reading a book. I think during that period, I probably also got into perhaps storytelling as well. And there were memories that started creeping in, images that I had forgotten, that I had experienced as a child. And those images essentially were of abuse, sexual nature. And the perpetrator, so to speak, was, let's just say, a paternal figure. And this was a hard truth to So this came back to me at the age of 17, and I compartmentalized it. I put it away. I wouldn't look at it for too much. I know for 20 years, that definitely motivated a lot of my drinking. Wasn't the cause of it, exasperated it. You know, it's what I've learned in recovery. And for 20 years, I've had to reconcile this desire to want to kill a man, as well as receive a hug from this man as well. And reconciling those two extremes have been a challenge, to say the least. As I've gotten older and I've sought outside help, therapy, gotten sober, there was a moment where I was listening to a song and the lyric stated something along the lines of, "I see my father as a little boy." And it made me realize he didn't wake up one day and decide to just be to be whatever he ended up becoming. It was probably cyclical. It's probably something that happened to him as well. And that's the moment where I started healing and I started to forgive. But this question asks me, would I want to wish away that memory. In some ways, it's brought out the best in me. And in some ways, it's brought out the beast in me, so to say, if you want to say it. So, to answer the question, I've learned to live with it and make my peace one day at a time.
Thank you for sharing that.
Not easy to feel, is it?
No, it's not.
Pretty necessary, though, right?
It's very necessary.
The things it didn't do to you are the things you should be proud of, Howard. Hang your hat on what you didn't become. Sins of our fathers, right?
Yeah.
Guys and gals and pals, I'm going to throw it over to Jazelle, and then we have outro. Outro's right around the corner. Dakota will be on screen, so will Phil. They're going to be judging this thing real quick. I don't envy them at all. They have the unenviable task of judging this. They're going to make their votes rather quick. So will you guys, because, again, we're at 3 hours and 14 minutes. We're not rushing anybody, but we wanted to give you a little bonus, a little extra. On Wednesday nights, this is the format. The participants are not prepared. They don't know what the topics will be. They're on the fly. They could be different topics they can explore, and they have to explore without any sort of preparation at all. And Wednesday nights are not for the meek or the weak. Jazelle, I'm going to give you right now a chance to delve into this as well. So whenever you're ready, the floor is yours. Howard and Kelly can rebut her once each if they'd like. Jazelle, 3, 2.
The question all three of us have been asked is, can we achieve enlightenment? By ridding ourselves of a memory we wish we never had. No. Because if we rid ourselves of those memories, we're not who we are anymore. We're not ourselves. We're not the same person if we don't have that knowledge. Are there events I've experienced that I wished never happened and that I wish nobody ever has to go through? Absolutely. Are there small instances that seem like those giant windmills that we're always fighting? Thank you, Kelly. I see you get the reference. That seems so big to us that nobody else ever thinks about. I know you all have that moment you're reliving, that you relive over and over in your mind and is so embarrassing to you. And you don't know how that could happen. And you think your world is ending. And nobody else ever thinks about that. Are there things I wish I didn't know because it means I don't like the way the world is heading, or I don't like the way people are acting because they're not being kind and I don't understand their actions? Sure. But can we, on a personal level, on a human level, achieve that enlightenment by ridding ourselves of those memories? No. No. Because then who are you? Who is that person if they've never had that memory, if they've never lived through that experience, you wouldn't be the same person. You'd have a different outlook on life. You'd have a different way of being. You'd have a different shape to the way your life is going. And that person might be able to achieve enlightenment with what they know in their worlds. But would I? No, because I'm not that person. I'm the person who has my lived experiences and my lived thoughts and my lived opportunities and my lived words and my lived actions. And have I taken those opportunities? Have I recognized them for what they are? Are the outcomes always what I want? No, not necessarily. But if I haven't gone through that, if I haven't had to experience those instances, I wouldn't be here today. There could be some other version of some other Jazelle sitting here talking to you, while some other version of some other Jazelle is back in her hometown still picking up the pieces of a storm. Yes, I mean that literally. We can only achieve enlightenment by understanding what we've been through, by knowing how it shapes us as humans, how it shapes our mindset, how it shapes our desires, our dreams, what obstacles we think we continually face, what stands in our way, what have we overcome, what have we learned. Can we, even earlier tonight, Siddhartha was brought up. Siddhartha wasn't always a paragon, and his life was a bit fictionalized and retold in the Hermann Hesse novel. Great novel. But could he have achieved that enlightenment without going through those stages? He had a stage of extreme wealth, power. If he hadn't experienced that, would he have been on his path to enlightenment? Does he regret that he experienced that? Does he wish he never did? Maybe. But also, if he didn't, he wouldn't be Siddhartha. If I didn't experience growing up the way I did, falling in love with storytelling when I did, battling storms, cleaning up the debris, removing furniture, if I didn't recognize opportunities to move, to expand my career, what new people can teach me, I wouldn't be me.
You know, when I ask myself the question, guys and gals and pals, because Jazelle, your approach
your approach to this question, I could see a lot behind people's eyes. I used the word impossible earlier. Reversing the process of events. We can't reverse them. We're ridding ourselves of a memory that we wish we never had. What could we do if we had one opportunity to wish away something we wish we never knew? For me, it would be the regret of knowing that something is amiss. Because it gnaws at me to know that something is amiss every single day of my life. Because I've suppressed. And so is Jazelle. And so is Howard. And so is Kelly. And thus we've created memories, or reshaped them, or invented them, because we did let go. So we're searching for something that we let go of all this time, voluntarily. Maybe it's a vision. Maybe it's a daydream. Maybe it's a journal entry. How much of our past is real? How much do we recreate in order to heal? Different story for a different time. Jazelle and Howard and Kelly shared a lot with us, and now Phil and Dakota will do the same. Guys and gals, I implore you to do everything you can, if you can, to vote in the comment section and let us know who resonated most with you and why. Let's bring in Dakota. Let's bring in Phil. Dakota, the floor is yours.
Oh, well, boy, I thought the other judging was hard. I am just in awe of all three of you. Wow. I mean, just to really open up like that, and oh my gosh, incredible. Starting with Kelly, the well-spoken individual there. Great answer. I love how you broke it down. Your story about your grandmother was just so touching, and
Grandma Matilda.
Yep, Matilda. What a great name too. I bet she was just so much fun. But I am so sorry.
I didn't
that
say this to you, Dakota, either, by the way. I hate to cut you off, but if Kelly's the top vote getter, he'll actually make the decision who he faces on October 1st. I didn't bring that up. So Howard wins, gets a spot, gets a few points, of course, and in his match, Kelly does as well. But Kelly will actually pick who he faces on October 1st. Jazelle, if she wins, she gets the spot. Dakota, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. No, I think we're all the real winners tonight from hearing these wonderful people, just wonderful human beings just open up. But like I was saying about your what a great story, what a beautiful story, and I am so terribly sorry that you had to carry that. I could not imagine. I'm so sorry that you went through life with that much weight. And I hope that you truly know everything happens for a reason, and that happened like it was supposed to. That's not a weight for you to carry. And just applause to you for being able to open up and bring that story to life. And I felt that pain, and it was so real. And Howard, oh man, oh Howard. Always with the good stories, but just a great breakdown. Just like I said before, live with all of your truths. That really stuck out to me. I like that a lot. It's a great way to look at this topic. if you truly forget something that you would love to forget, how would you ever grow? And you got to really bear down and get through these things to grow in life. And with your story, oh man, just I I hate that you had to hold on to that and go through that and the alone feeling. I couldn't imagine. And I want you to know that was a path. That was a tough path, and I'm so thankful that you're here and you made it through all that. I am so thankful for the person that all of these things have turned you into, because you're a great person. I love being around you. I love
And I
hearing
want to
your
address
stories.
this. And I want to address this Dakota Power Store. I know it's hard for you guys to vote. We're asking you. I think Jazelle, Kelly, and Howard can concur. They want you to vote. Either way, if you want those
They're
votes,
pouring
I
their
know they're
hearts
difficult.
out.
They're pouring their hearts out. If you don't vote, I know it's tough. You're not saying you prefer one individual over the other. If that's your mindset, you're wrong. We're not saying you prefer the human being over the other. Whose story resonated with you most and why is what we're asking for, Dakota.
Absolutely. Yeah, Howard, I love you, brother. And way to break that down. You could see the pain, you could feel it, and just a wonderful, wonderful breakdown. And Jazelle as well. I think we all agreed tonight on this topic, and I love how everybody broke it down in a different way. Jazelle going into her life stories, and I would have liked to been a little more deep, but I could still feel that emotion when you talk. You bring it with you every time. Well spoken, well drawn out. I loved it. I loved all of your answers. But what resonated with me the most, I'm gonna have to give my vote to Howard.
Howard gets Dakota's vote.
Howard gets
Appreciate
my vote.
that.
Thank
yeah,
you,
guys.
thank you all. What a hard one, by the way. Just everybody, excellent answers. So real, so true.
Do we
I
grow
loved
without
it.
effort? That's a question I'll ask one day. We talk about growth. We throw these terms out. What does that mean?
No.
Do we sometimes condense? I'll have to condense a lot of times. Do we condense a paragraph into a sentence into a word and then try to figure out what that word means with proper context? What's growth? What is growth? All these things we're hearing from TikTok influencers. And great to talk and put positivity out, but can we at least define what it is we're saying? What is growth? Can we control it? Is it something that we're capable of doing without effort? I grew from this experience. Did I have a choice? Do we have a choice sometimes? Do we not physically grow? We're not in charge of that growth, are we? So how are we in charge of our spiritual growth? What do we really do in order to grow other than be? I don't know. We could explore that one day. Phil, the floor is yours.
It's fun.
Wow. I hate to have to vote here. All three of you just gave me goosebumps right to my core.
Let's get to the vote, Phil.
I am supposed to vote. Jazelle, I love the way you said that if you lose a memory, even if it's a memory you don't like, you lose a part of yourself. You're not the same person. I love you talking about your experiences. I presume it was the hurricane down Louisiana way that you were talking about. That was horrible. Can't imagine going through that. Howard, love the way that you said that with enlightenment, you have to accept all of your truths, even the dark ones, make peace, and you had to go through that horrific experience.
How long does that enlightenment last, Phil? Is it temporary? I'm asking. Don't look at me like I'm the bad guy. This is a place where we learn.
Let me
I'm
answer.
devil's advocate. How long?
In my opinion, humble as it may be, I think once you reach enlightenment, you keep it. That it goes with you the rest of your days. That's just my opinion. It's a very hard place to get. Let's face it. To get true enlightenment is not easy.
So the bubble doesn't get burst the next day is what you're saying, right, Phil?
I don't think so, no.
Gotcha.
No, I think it lasts with you.
Then what do you do with it then if it lasts? What do you do if it lasts? What do you do with it?
Enjoy it. Try and help others. Use your enlightenment and spread it to other people. Maybe help them reach their enlightenment. Once you've conquered your demons, help somebody else conquer theirs. I think Howard does that a lot, right? With your recovery and so forth, helping other people.
You try,
But
Bill, the question for you is, what about conflict? Does conflict simply go away?
No.
Okay.
Conflict never goes
But
away.
do you deal with conflict as efficiently as a Rambo or as a Terminator?
No. I mean, that's you may have that in your mind, as Howard said. You had to, reconcile between killing a person and getting a hug from that person. So when conflict comes, you have to deal with it in your own terms. If you're enlightened, I think you'll find a better way than pulling out a 16-inch knife and putting it through somebody's heart. That's just
Would you agree, Phil, that capturing the devil is pretty difficult, but containing him might be even something less difficult. But holding him is impossible. Won't you agree?
I wholeheartedly agree. You cannot hold the devil as he's holding you.
You can hold him.
Yeah, but
for how long?
Not very, I don't think. It's a tough situation to be in. If you try to hold the devil, like I said, he's going to wind up holding you, and you do not want to be there. Trust me, I've been there. The devil, because the devil is the embodiment of evil.
Aren't we, Bill?
I think we all have an evil streak in us, to a degree, some much more than others. But I think it's...
So how can we contain something that never left our soul to begin with?
You accept and move on.
Accept that we're flawed.
Yeah, we are flawed.
Accept that we're as shitty as we are virtuous. Accept that we are
At
good
times.
as we are bad. Correct?
At times, yes.
Okay.
From what the nuns told me in grammar school, the last person that was perfect didn't end up so good. You got nailed onto a tree, so I don't think perfection...
6 days a week of perfection is pretty damn good, but it's not perfect, is it?
No, but it's a lot better than most people get. 6
So
days
what do
a
we do
week.
on that 7th day? We rest?
Try to make that perfect too. At least
By
the
doing
effort.
what? By doing nothing?
By doing what helps your soul.
Which would be what?
Which would be thinking clearly.
Resting?
You have to have rest, yes. A tired body, it isn't much...
It worked for the GOD, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, but, that's more of an analogy than a historic fact.
Aren't we analogies?
Yes, but that analogy does speak volumes. That everyone, everything needs to stop and rest. Take a look around you, appreciate what you see around you, and rest. Recharge your batteries, so to speak. And then the next day comes, you get back to the grind.
But if you achieved enlightenment, there wouldn't be a grind, would there?
Oof.
Nothing would be defined as a grind at that point, right, Phil?
No, I think once you achieve enlightenment, everything sort of falls into place. You've achieved that ultimate, so now you more or less have an idea how to deal with everything, every little detail that comes before you.
Why would you need to if you've already achieved enlightenment?
Because things still happen. Life still goes on. It's not like when you achieve enlightenment, your spirit leaves this mortal coil and goes someplace else. You're still here.
So you're saying it doesn't ascend if it achieves enlightenment? There is no ascension.
Not at first, no. I mean, you're still a living, breathing human. when you do pass from this
So what you're
earth,
saying is enlightenment's kind of like that cereal that they jip you off of, right? You open it up and you only got half of that, like those bags of Lay's potato chips. You're excited to rip them open, and they look all savory, and all of a sudden you only got half a bag.
I have the bags full.
Enlightenment seems like the way you describe it seems like a bit of a jip.
It depends how you look at it. If enlightenment is something you're striving for, strive for it. Don't let somebody else tell you not to.
Even if
It's
you can't
your life.
recognize it once you've achieved it?
I think you do. You have a certain calmness that comes over you, a resolve that has been settled.
Has that been documented?
No.
So would that be conjecture?
It's an opinion. It's a belief.
Based on what?
Faith. Can faith be documented? I say no. Should you have faith? I say yes. Just because it can't be necessarily documented doesn't mean it's not something to strive for. Okay?
So what you're saying is, even without a strong spiritual work ethic, you can achieve something without trying, as long as you have faith.
No. The faith gives you the strength to work towards your goal. It gives you the mental stability. Might be the wrong word, but it gives you, as I said, faith gives you the strength to strive towards that ultimate goal. It allows you to deal with some truths you may not want to know.
Where do we
Memories.
get the economy's kind of rough right now. Where do we get this faith thing? It's on discount. Where do we get it?
It's in the aisle next to the half bags of enlightenment, probably.
Yeah, right.
Aisle 3. Clean up on aisle 3.
Where do we get it, Phil?
Faith comes from your heart, from your soul. You can't buy it. You can't trade for it.
But at the heart of our heart lies two obstacles we can't get rid of, which are ignorance and fear.
They are some of the hardest obstacles to overcome. No doubt about that. No doubt about that at all. Doesn't mean you can't try. Doesn't mean you just stop and give up.
Well,
you go forward.
I have faith that Phil's going to move forward right now and cast his vote.
I shall reward your faith, good sir. Okay. So, Howard, as I was saying, terrible ordeal you had to go through. The reconciliation part really hit me. Kelly, enlightenment is the acceptance of all truths, good, bad, or ugly. That's the gist of this whole thing. And when you relayed your story about your grandmother, it rekindled a memory of mine I really would not like to keep. When I was in high school, the house I lived in, my backyard connected with my grandparents' backyard. Came home from high school, as I did every day, out my back door, in my grandmother's back door, because God knows she was always cooking. This one particular day, when I opened the door, she was lying on the kitchen floor, gargling with blood pouring out of her ears. I called, the doctor. No cell phones. This was in the dark ages to you kids. Seriously. Just picked up the old rotary phone, called the doctor, ambulance came. She passed away later that night at the hospital. And to this day, I wonder, what if I'd gotten there a few minutes earlier? Could I have done something? So when you told that story, my brother, right here. So although I really enjoyed all three of your dissertations here and felt serious compassion and passion from all three of you, my vote goes to Kelly. Thank
Kelly
you, brother.
gets Phil's vote. Guys and gals and pals, so our judges, let's tally this thing right now as I'm doing right here in the back. Remember, if Howard is the top vote getter, then the match will not change. He will retain that spot on October 1st versus one Kelly White. Here we go, guys. I'm going to start counting this thing. I don't know if I have all of your votes. If you did not vote, you should put it in now. Power Store, I don't think I have yours. I think you might be the one person we don't have yet. You have everyone else's, I believe. Miranda, I don't have your vote either. Julio, I do have yours. Power Store, Miranda, I'll wait about 30 seconds, and then we are going right into the outro. Hey, listen, only things for sure about this show is nothing's for sure. You have no idea where it's going to go. In terms of mood, in terms of theme, you're going to get authenticity. That's what we promise you. Authenticity, uncut. Every single time you watch a TKN broadcast, you're going to get something that you didn't expect because we're going to hit you with it. And there isn't one mood I'm after other than something that we can appreciate moment to moment. If it's real in that moment, that's what we're going to place emphasis on. Miranda, please vote if you can. I do have your vote. D. Man 33 got your vote earlier. I did tally that. Am I missing something here? Power? Always be with power. Okay, guys. See, you guys are really moved by what we did. Appreciate that. All right, I guess this is it. Power Store votes Howard. Got it? Miranda, we're waiting for your vote. Howard, guys and gals and pals. Receive the vote from Power Store. To count this thing down, then it's outro time. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Guys, Howard retains his spot. He will be facing Kelly White as planned. October the 1st, we put it all on the line. He will still be facing Mr. Kelly White. Hey, suits and ties who are watching, this is what we do on Wednesdays. We gave it to you on Saturday night. Why not? Why not? Second half of the show, anything can happen. Right, Kelly? Right, Jazelle? Right, Dakota? Right, Phil?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Never know.
Your thoughts, Mr. White?
You asking me?
Yeah. There's only one Mr. White here.
Yeah. Obviously, I don't like losing, but I'm okay with this because I could see Howard over there wondering if I won, would I keep him in his spot or would I give it to Jazelle? And now he will never know. So I'm good. I'm good. Wonder, Howard.
You're not going to tell us?
Ah, wow. Howard, what if right now you could wish away something you wish you never knew?
Come on, Kelly.
Why don't you think before you knock the olive branch out of my hand ever again? It probably won't be offered. So yeah, sit there and ponder. Lose some sleep. Would I have kept you out of respect? Or would I have just simply give it to Jazelle because she probably actually did beat you? Let's throw the outro.
Jazelle, your thoughts?
Considering he started off with an idea he stole?
And then I explored my own, okay? I explored my own idea.
You didn't even answer the question. You didn't even give us a yes or no to the question, which both Kelly and I did. You never fulfilled the assignment.
I think I said no. I wouldn't get rid of that memory. It's made me who I am. I think
it's not about getting rid of the memory. It's about achieving enlightenment. Did you read the scroller? No.
Can we wish away? Can we wish? No, I think that was part of the question. Can we wish away?
Can you achieve enlightenment by doing
away a memory we don't want?
Yeah. Not can you wish away a memory? Can you achieve enlightenment by doing so? You didn't answer the question and you started with a stolen idea. So no, I'm not happy at all.
I think I still answered the damn freaking question. Okay.
You can think that all you want. I disagree.
Yeah, I did. Spoken the heart.
I just said that. You can think that all you want, but I disagree.
This Wednesday night, Giselle's going to be in the house. Howard's going to be in the house. Miranda's going to be in the house. Kelly on October 1st facing Howard Collado. It's going to be a fun episode. Much more of this, believe it or not. And guys, again, We thank Corin Nemec. We thank Ray Mercer. We thank Erin O'Brien. 3 friends. Erin, of course, guys and gals, gave it her all. There's no doubt about that. Ray Mercer, Corin Nemec, they move on to round number 3. And, of course, next Saturday, we are going to have new participants in that 3rd round. Are they going to be participants that are in a 2nd round match or 11th hour match? We'll find out right now.
Obsession's going to be talent every time. You got all the talent in the world, but are you obsessed? Is it all you ever think about?
I want to say it was the end of June, and I was just busy all day, interviews, all types of things. And one thing my agency set up for me, they rented out a movie theater and they early screened Transformers for me a week before it was released in the States. And that's what I did literally right before the draft. So I can go into that story and give a heartfelt moment and get some sympathy from the aliens as well.
I picked Baby You're a Rich Man because the lyrics, you know, it's not about money, obviously. The song has nothing to do with money. It's the riches of the universe. It's the riches of being connected. It's the riches of talent. It's the riches of waking up.
And you've done amazing stuff like Little House on the Prairie was one of my favorite shows.
Yeah,
And
I have a funny story about that really quickly. When I did that, there was a scene where this girl had to come kiss me, and there was all these extras that were supposed to be at school, and there was like maybe 50 extras, and this girl was supposed to run by and kiss me on the cheek, and I thought I heard some of the kids making fun of me, and I refused to do it. I refused, so they had to stop production. They had to call my mom and Michael Landon to come over, take me aside. By the time he was finished talking to me, I was like, all right, let's rock and roll.
You can give a hug. Like yesterday, I went down to Palos Verdes for the Femme Confab event.
Right.
And to hear that audience laugh, because my job was to enlighten, encourage, and inspire with love. And when you get that feedback, they've been hitting me all day, like, thank you so much. I'm encouraged to go and do wonderful things, to love myself more. Mission accomplished.
That shit was brilliant. Frankie, we robbed a bank. That is a lot of money. Are we gonna get away with this? What do you mean, are we gonna get away with this? What does this look like? What? Is it ours? What? Yes.
And then as you grow and you continue to live life, then it's about the decisions you make. It's about the people you surround yourself with. It's about the decisions that you have faced and how you make those decisions.
Everything in your life is a choice. And isn't it a match to self-love, to forgive others,
I actually have 5 books out and a new little teddy bear called Bapalopaloo, whose sole purpose is to teach self-esteem and self-love to young children. And that's one of the reasons I love Just Add Magic, is because we are teaching all of those values that are so important to me.
Final lap, guys. Final lap of round 2. Go it.
That comes back to me is, how did you do with what you were given? Did you make an impact in people's lives? Were you a good person? You know, how did you do these past 25 years to get you to this point? And hopefully, if I'm a chance to live that long, I would hope that I would look back and say, you know, you really did. You reached out to people, you were there for them, you were a good husband, a good father, a good friend, a good co-worker.
There was nothing that I broadcast like the 60-win team. When we won 19 in a row, that was the most phenomenal streak I've ever been a part of. Now, the Golden State game here was great, but that was just one in that series. You know, to go unbeaten in the month of January was absolutely mind-boggling. That never happens in the NBA.
He was self-educated. Myself, from my example, being in the same situation, because coming from the background I came from, I've learned from Joe that the sky's the limit. There's nothing that could stop you. That's why I'm probably the most competitive person with myself, because as a bodybuilding champion, you compete with yourself. Oh, I'm having a barbecue tomorrow. You could bring your friend Mickey if you want.
We are domino partners and nothing more.
What?
So the generation I went along with, we all of a sudden sort of burst through and did all the triples. And so it was a little bit more exciting for me to watch the guys, because they went faster and they pushed themselves. And
sure,
I always wanted to be able to do that and sort of pride myself on going fast and just pushing the limits a little bit.
Nobody gets to the top by themselves. It takes a team of people and effort. It's you may be out there performing by yourself, but somebody's driving you, somebody's, you know, taking you and organizing and just doing all these other things for you. And I you know that, I guess, firsthand now, because I'm trying to help out my kids.
Okay, the man gets cancer. He comes to the United States for the best cancer treatment on earth, right? We supposedly have the best doctors, even though we have the sickest people. We can adjust that at another time. Okay. Jimmy Carter gets voted in after Gerald Ford and his the favors that the powers that be did for him.
One of our both favorite athlete, Muhammad Ali, who said, I don't have any war with those people.
Right.
I have a war going on in America with me right now and my people. The controversy, there's I don't know if there's ever been more controversy in sport than Ali not going to the Vietnam War and being drafted and going to prison during his prime years.
So me and Matt Damon, we started talking. This is a true story. We started talking. We started talking about acting. You know how inquisitive I am. We started talking about acting. He was like, well, who do you think is the best actor in Hollywood? I said, I know what you're gonna say. Who am I gonna say? I said, you're gonna say Morgan Freeman, because all white people think Morgan Freeman is the best actor in Hollywood. Well, he is, man. I said, Marvin, I said, he's nothing. He's like, well, who do you think is best? I say, Wesley Snipes. That's why I say I think Wesley Snipes would play me, even though he's only 5'7", you know, whatever.
And that's the thing about wrestling. I mean, football players, you know, they most of the time they got a helmet on.
Yep.
You don't even recognize everybody. You only recognize about 30 or 40 NFL football players. Basketball players, if you're not the face of the team or the face of the league, people don't recognize everybody.
Yeah.
But wrestling,
man,
the money is here.
was rivalry between the South and the North.
The North,
Southern
yeah.
Vietnamese didn't like Northerners.
No.
We brought all these Northern Christians down to rule over the Southern Buddhists.
Yes.
And so that's what created the Viet Cong, was the fact they didn't want to be governed by 100,000 Christians from up north.
And
I
you
had
can't
no
end religious warfare.
And I had no idea that religion played that big of a role in the Vietnam War, but it ended up it did. Now you know why I'm an agnostic atheist.
I don't want to get stereotyped and put into just one bracket of being this or that. In fact, I'm already signed, sealed, and delivered. I'm going back to LA and taking a few weeks. Oh, I'm going back to Minneapolis, my home, taking a few weeks off and get with my kids again. And then I'm going to LA and I'm doing a children's show, which my agent feels will be excellent for my career to show the versatility going from wrestling to combat to a kids show.
When I was in the WWE, I was only doing 44 countries. Now they're doing 120, and that. So it'd be a complete different world for me. And then, of course, with this AI and all this international publicity, my merchandise, being a bushwhacker with will be going wild.
A lot of people just knew us as the bushwhackers, but we go back to coming into this country in 1971 into Grand Prix in Montreal and working with Andre the Giant, and then we knew Andre from the 60s and Killer from the 60s. So when we got to Grand Prix, they were the main cars there, so they gave us a hand, and then we just moved on. Next place was Stampede. It was a long road to get to where we were, but now we got to the biggest platform on WrestleMania in 2015. We were inducted into the Hall of Fame.
I have two sons.
Sure.
They both graduated from college. One went to Amherst College, one went to Sarah Lawrence. One of them got addicted to Adderall, and my first wife was addicted to weight-reducing pills, which was speed. And I know what that shit can do in terms of behavior. And drug addiction, generally speaking, is a horror show.
Sure.
Where's my money?
There is no money. People stop paying.
You invited me over here to tell me this?
No, Bo, I invited you over to tell you have to do something about your son Boyd. He has gone clear off the deep end.
Well, shit, at least he hadn't joined the other team, become a goddamn marshal, for Christ's sake.
At least Raylan doesn't run around preaching Jesus and blowing up meth labs.
I got control over my boy. Can you say the same about yours? He comes to town, it's to ruin the likes of you and me.
Only reason my son comes to Harlan is because of your son.
Dude, that's it. It's my children. It's what I leave behind. So when I'm dead and gone, how are they going to affect the rest of the world? Are they going to be nice? Are they going to be, proper kids, do things for other people? When people look at them and say, yeah, Blaine did the right thing.
Merle, Larry, that was never my goal to be in the NBA. My goal was to be a high school principal, because at that particular time, I thought when you have a guy or that person that can teach and motivate younger people to be better, because I had a guy named Walter Doc Hurley, and Doc was one of these young men in Hartford, Connecticut that would tell us, you know what? There's better places for you other than Hartford.
I didn't like playing basketball. I loved football, but my first freshman year in school, you couldn't even think, you would look at me and say, that boy can't play. But when you saw me my second and third and fourth year in college, I was part of the best.
So I think that we are afraid of the unknown because it's unknown. Because, before COVID or going through COVID, we didn't know what that meant. We didn't know if we were going to survive. We don't know what we don't know, right? So the unknown is this big, in our mind, it becomes a big, dark, scary place.
When I feel overwhelmed, I get out in nature. Just stop what you're doing, take a deep breath, go outside, drink water, connect, slow down. And it really does work. It gets rid of anxiety.
Here we go.
Big news this Wednesday on this match, guys. October 1st, Kelly vs. Howard, October 1st. Get that intensity, guys. He's ready to go. First it is. Many left. Palms are sweaty, come on. Could it be? How about a mystery? Another silver TV great, guys. Chose to bypass the 11th hour. Too many of those on this planet. Just made it to round number 2 and he wants some more. The most decorated sportscaster of all time. Normally he would take the break, considering what he's done. But no. Get nasty with a nasty boy Brian Knobs, baby. Believe you me, this is not one you're going to want to miss, guys. That wasn't enough. Still to come. Saturday,